No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital rule, small, B rule, all capital. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make
it. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our midweek edition of the closing argument. If you made it to today, you are almost over the hump. This is the middle of the week. When you are done with today's work, you can begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. The weekend is right around the corner. After today, it's going to be Thursday, the day before the weekend. So we are saying kudos for making it to the middle of the week. Yesterday, we had a great guest. We had a little lesson in civics, in how government is run, how government should be run, how monies are allocated. How politicians should not only be politicians, but they should also be advocates in their own right. If you went to Liberia, the folks will tell you my cardinal responsibility or responsibilities are lawmaking and oversight. In other well-developed democracies, they are saying your primary responsibility should be advocacy. You are being elected by folks who trust in you to advocate on their behalf, whether it is schools, whether it is hospitals. They expect that when you go to Washington or you go to Capitol Hill, your job is to speak on their behalf, like the lady said yesterday. The whole of Grand Bassa County cannot come to the Capitol building. The entire Moserado County cannot come to the Capitol building. The entire Lofa County cannot come, so they elect few folks to come and speak for them. Plead with your colleagues about their plight. They're suffering. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jerome Gayman, and I will be here hosting. The second hour of this show is going to be dynamic. We're going to have Free Liberia, another advocacy group that will be here to discuss why the United States should give us free entry into the United States, because it is a right and a promise made by these United States. They are saying promise made is like a debt. If you owe somebody, you have to pay them, or they take you to court, or they take you to credit bureau. So the Free Liberia is telling the United States government, the federal government, that in 1822, you did write a check and you have refused to cash the check. To make good on that check, so they are willing to take the United States to the Supreme Court if need be. Do me a favor, share the show. Let me know where you're calling in from. I'm not the only one infatuated with the Honorable when he says, President Joseph Boakai loves his country, but he just can't make it. Because he is surrounded by small road, big road, capital road, small capital road, small road. They're everywhere. They are more sophisticated than he is. The Papa is suffering, man. On the home front, Liberia lost its legal luminary and dedicated public servant, George Lavinia Victoria Ash Thompson. We will be looking at her life and her work for her republic. Dozens of prospective jurors in the capital arson trial case were dismissed for signs of bias. In a country where the literacy rate is way below 50%, where our folks are gullible and hungry, where jurors have to be picked up by the power that be, most likely the persecutors. Is it possible to have a fair trial in the Republic, as evidenced by what happened today at the Temple of Justice? Dozens, plural, of prospective jurors, people who came in to determine if somebody lives or dies. Literally, those people came with their minds already made up. And trying to make their way onto the juror. So if you are a juror on a jury case and you come in with your mind already made up, what does that say about our system? Businessman Simeon Freeman slams U.S. $1.21 billion budget as inflated, unrealistic, and wasteful spending. We'll look at that. The Liberian Foreign Ministry hosts high-level talks on proposed U.S.-backed 300 megawatts power project. President Walker called for a stronger role financing climate resilient infrastructure. For the CMC and the project, the government presents U.S. $1.3 million Jaw River Bridge plan. CMC backs off, accuses public work of inflating costs. The Liberia Senate endorses official who falsified credentials, who lied on an oath. And right after her confirmation, she took to Facebook with few of her friends and supporters, and they were dancing and using invectives. She shot the bird. If this is an American term, that is, she looked into the camera and gave the audience the middle finger. If you are in Liberia and you are not accustomed to what that means, it means F you. That's exactly what she said in the video. Not only did she say that, but she said, I am Joseph Walker's daughter. And then she turned on to another female lawyer in the Republic of Liberia and began to denigrate her. We will go into that as time moves on. Anti-abortion advocates urge lawmakers to act, call for support and financial access to pregnant teenagers. Senator Connor critiques 2026 draft budget as public raises concern over NSA, EPS spending, outpacing major hospitals and war crime court. The candidate core reaffirmed his bid to unseat Raji. This is a great one. We wanted to talk about it yesterday. And CDC declared 2026 budget unrealistic and hazardous. Presses legislature to send it back. Those are the headlines. Let me welcome Myean Tobin. Myean, welcome to the show.
Yes, Mr. Gayman, thank you. It's always good to be back on. For the past 2 days, we have been facing some technical problems due to the lightning on the radio, but howbeit I've been on the show of the radio. So it's also good to be back onto our many listeners, our viewers, and to our radio audience. I would like to appreciate all of you who usually come on to watch the show, to share the show, and just keep following, keep sharing as we are with our guests. Tonight we also have our guests on, and we will be seeing the other panelists. And I would like to appreciate the closing argument team who are also here in Liberia. Been having some great time back.
Excellent. Mr. Dopoh, it's not so, we have two things happening here. First of all, we had an hour go back 1 hour. So for our friends who, like you believe in the dignity of labor, most of you in the Midwest and in the West, you are still at your regular jobs. So if you were on with me at 5 o'clock, which were 4 o'clock in places like Minnesota, you are now 1 hour behind. If you were coming on at 4, now it's 3 o'clock where you are. And I would not begrudge you if you are earning your family living. You cannot leave work 2 hours early to be on a show, unless you are a convict.
So I've been on, Jen.
Jen, he banged it back, fighting hard to keep us going. When the lightning strike back home, the radio is on,
Yes, yes,
off.
yes.
Sometimes they run out of data, and when you look at a new budget, it's going to be even harder now for someone like Myean to come on, because they are saying now in the new budget, they are going to tax. They're going to put additional taxes on data and Facebook users because there are no investors coming to the country. So they have to raise the money by any means necessary. So if you were buying your $2 data or $3 data on the ground, you are going to see the price increase. If you were on Facebook and you were having access to Facebook, they are trying to tax the social media as well. So these are the things we are talking about. The very people that you're supposed to represent and advocate for, people at the very bottom of the totem pole, you are taxing them. And we want to extend our sympathy to the judges in Liberia. As you remember, Tomalin George lost his auntie, a very permanent family member, and he's also in Liberia. It was nice to see Dr. Peabody and Pewee and everybody else representing us and paying tribute to the judges in Liberia. So hopefully by next week or so, Tomalin George and Pewee and everybody will be back. Once in a while, they try to be on, but it depends on what the internet does in Liberia. So yes, they have not abandoned the show, Mr. Dopoh. I would have expected you to come on and say, you know what, they said the guys are in Liberia, let me come on and kind of sit in for one of them.
Yeah, at least he asked for the link. We'll send him the link.
Okay, send him the link.
Yes.
He's retired.
Yeah.
Listen.
At times, at least the viewers or our followers, sometimes you want to come on, just come on, and then
That's
you
correct.
just make a point in some of these discussions.
And Dopoh, everybody is not as wealthy as you. You in Cape Verde, you on the beach, you're having a great time, you're drinking your pina colada, and when you get home, you drink your Dom Perignon. These guys over here, they are working for their money. So when you have time and you want to come in and co-host, you want to relieve me a little bit, or you want to come in, come on. But yes, but most of our folks, this is a family platform where people work. If you look at Ms. Sarah Dopoh, who is a regular panelist here, she's a nurse. So when she finishes pushing her carton, whenever she gets time, so she comes on the show. And you have to appreciate these folks. But let's go to something, let's go to Liberia's loss today. It says here, the Ash Thompson and Ash family announced with deep sadness the loss of George Lavinia V. Ash Thompson, who passed away on Monday, November 10th, 2025 in Maryland, the United States of America. George R. Thompson led a remarkable life of service to her country, Liberia, where she ably served as a judge of the monthly and probate courts for 8 years. A trailblazer, George R. Thompson was the first female to hold several key positions in the executive branch of government, including acting Minister of Labor, Assistant Minister of Labor for Labor Standards, Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports, and legal advisor to the Department of Agriculture and Commerce, now the Ministry of Agriculture. She also served on the board of directors of the Liberia Petroleum Refinery Company. She had the distinction of serving as legal advisor to Dr. Amos Sawyer in his capacity as president of the interim government for national unity. The late George Ash Thompson also held prominent positions in academia, including assistant professor of law and the first female dean of the Arthur Grant Law School at the University of Liberia, where she had been privileged of teaching 5 of Liberia's chief justices, who all effectively call her Prof. Additionally, she served as vice president for administration, resource mobilization of the University of Liberia. George Ash Thompson also had the great honor of serving as the national orator for the 155th independence anniversary of Liberia, July 26, 1992. She represented her country at several major international conferences between 1975 and 1979, including the International Labour Organization Annual Conference in Geneva, Switzerland, and the Latkerie Baptist and Educational Convention in Washington, D.C. She was an active member of the Liberian National Bar Association and Female Lawyers Association of Liberia, as well as the Liberian Women Political Association and the Liberian Teachers Association. As a direct result of her distinguished service to Liberia and the international community, George Ash Thompson received many honors and awards, including an honorary degree of Doctorate of Humane Letters from Franklin College in Franklin, Indiana, 1988, USA, alongside former United States Vice President Dan Quayle. She was also awarded a certificate of recognition by the Maryland State House of Delegates in the United States for her contribution in the fields of education, and she received the Judge of the Year Award from the Press Union of Liberia. George Thompson obtained her primary and secondary education from the Latkerie Baptist Mission in Brewerville, Liberia. After high school, she briefly attended University of Liberia and matriculated to Franklin College in Franklin, Indiana, United States of America, where she obtained a Bachelor's of Arts degree and graduated magna cum laude in political science and minor in speech. She went on to attain a Bachelor of Law degree and a Juris Doctorate degree from Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa, graduating with high honor, the only Black female in her class at the time. George R. Thompson displays enormous courage and stood by her principles even under trying circumstances. When supporters of the Liberian president, Samuel Doe, objected to the registration of the Liberian Action Party a rival political party in April 1985, George Thompson ruled against them, claiming their objectives were nothing more than legal mischief, which would result in upsetting and delaying the due process of law. West Africa magazine honored her as Judge of the Year, and she was featured on the cover of the magazine. In 1985, George Thompson established a private school, the Ash Thompson Memorial Academy, ATMA, in honor of her late husband, James Loma Thompson Sr., and her late father, James Benjamin Ash. The school motto was academic excellence and integrity, which embodies the very thing she stood for throughout her life. George Thompson was born July 16 to the union of James Benjamin Ash and Teresa Rebecca Anderson Ash in Brewerville, Montserrat County. She was preceded by her parents, her husband, James Thompson, her son, James Thompson II, Jimmy, her siblings, Susan Rebecca Ash Divine, Dina Ash, Ada Ash Cooper, Idora Ash, Burma K. Sando, and Evelyn Ash Curry. She leaves to mourn her death, her daughter, Jibervinia Mala Thompson, Yatavi Thompson Quayle Roberts, her grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and the sister Angeline Ashdown in Philip, several nieces and nephew, and a host of other relatives. On behalf of the closing argument, we extend our sympathy and honor to a distinguished Liberian that played her role in education, in the judiciary, and the rule of law. She is one of the last of that generation, people that have invested time, the effort, and money in education. The best of Liberia's minds, that generation of excellence, are leaving us. They are leaving us on the stage. A woman that went on to accomplish such feat. What can we say? What do we have? Are we preparing the next Thompsons of the world to take over? If you ask me, I would say no. Because when you look at this $1.22 billion budget, and you look at what is given to the Ministry of Education, out of maybe $51 million, almost $40 million goes to salaries and perks. And there's something called curriculum development. These are the folks that tell us what we need and how to teach. If a nation as large as Liberia and the Department of Curriculum Development, you allocate only $20,000. It's a joke. A country without a curriculum is like a ship on the sea that has no compass. Liberia has no curriculum. $20,000 to curriculum development for the entire nation, 15 counties. Will we be able to see the likes of George Lavinia Victoria Ash Thompson graduated summa cum laude, a black woman in a white school. Top of the top of the top. Because she was prepared in a system called Akere. During those days, Latkere, Great Baptist Institution, let's go to this. Liberia Senate endorses official who falsify credential. This is what we are talking about. I have to segue into this. While we are talking about education, while we are talking about credential, we are talking about a woman that have an impeccable credential, as Judge Thompson has. And the front page of the paper says it all. It says, a liar confirmed. The Liberian Senate had confirmed a nominee who admitted lying on an oath about her academic credentials, a decision that now calls into question the legislature's credibility and its pledge to uphold accountability under the Garguah administration. The Liberian Senate on Tuesday confirmed Madam Fatima Bintu Salif as Deputy Minister for Urban Affairs, despite her public admission that she provided false academic credentials during her initial confirmation hearing, raising new questions about the state's dedication to integrity and accountability in the public space. 17 senators voted in favor of her confirmation, with only one dissension. Even after Salih acknowledged she misled the lawmakers about her qualifications. The vote sharply contrasts with the Senate's earlier public pledge to end what they call the government's honeymoon and babysitting period. A second hearing after a false testimony, Salih became the first nominee under President Joseph Boakai to face a full second confirmation hearing. During her initial appearance, she claimed to hold a master's degree in social work with a minor in public development from King University, an academic program the institution does not offer. I believe that with the urban development as my minor, it helps me to change lives, she told the lawmakers during her first hearing. I was able to help wealthy people in the United States to cure addiction, mental health, substance abuse, and urban development. She said in her second hearing, I apologize for the earlier misstatement. The apology, however, did not erase concerns that she lied on an oath. Still, a motion by Bong County Senator Prince Kehleboe led to her approval, leaving Riverside County Senator Pewee as the lone vote against her confirmation. Tuesday's vote has renewed criticism aimed at the Senate, especially its leadership. Montserrat County Senator Darius Dillon, who led the session, her earlier pledge to end the administration's honeymoon period, promising increased scrutiny of public officials and stronger oversight. I will not sit here and allow people in major portfolios to act complacently, Dillon declared in his January. We gave the president ample time in the first year, but now it is time we work for the people. He also supported, though unsuccessfully, a plan to limit lawmakers' salaries to $5,000, positioning himself as an advocate for accountability and reform. But critics argue that Tuesday's confirmation highlights the Senate's difficulty in living up to its own rhetoric. Several senators, including Edwin Mervyn Snow of Bummy County and Councilor Augustine F. Chair of Sino County, questioned the recommendation from the Committee on Autonomous Agencies and Public Enterprises, which endorsed Salih's confirmation. Senator Albert Tu, Chair, earlier advised delaying the vote for further review. The concerns were overrated. Analysts say the speed with which the presiding officer entertained and passed the motion highlights a widening disconnect between public expectation and legislative behavior. This is the Liberia that you have. They say one thing, promise another, and they do something totally different. You overpromise and underdeliver. Let me go to Myean. You were at the House, you were in the Senate. What are they saying on the streets? What was when you look at the faces, what could you discern? What could you tell? Do you see men and women that meant well for our country, men and women who were standing by the principle, or this was just politics as usual?
So, Mr. Gayman, one of the things that I noticed about whenever Poe is being sent to the House of Senate for confirmation, at times you see some of their supporters, some of their family members will gather themselves together, go in there in numbers to be able to welcome them, or print out T-shirts or placard right at the main entrance, maybe calling for the Senate to confirm that person. But during this Madam Fatou confirmation, I didn't see anything like that. And then that was one of the plays that I observed, because normally people do it when they are about to confirm. Most often you see it. Maybe probably if you don't see that, maybe you just a few members will be there. But most often, whenever the president appoint anyone, when they're going for confirmation, you see supporters, family members, or well-wishers will come there with a placard or something else, asking the Senate to confirm them. But on that, we saw a lot of back and forth on the social media. Her photo have been trending today on the social media, even on yesterday, about this. And other who understands VA were alleging that she were insulting in her vernacular on the social media, where other Liberians, most especially the female young women, saw it to be not being justice, not being fair to the women, because if you have such an issue, you should go in a professional manner, but not to go after your female counterpart because she's an opposition, Madam Mariah, and then going back insulting back and forth. It's not professional. Even though you have been confirmed, other people, you are not the first person to be like this. But because of the kind of criticism you carry on others, that's why you will see this coming out for you. But this is not the first person that will see such a confirmation coming up. But because of how she address other issues, how she take people issue, be like, that's how you see it like this. Because if you take people issue to be yours, people will take your issue to be theirs. So that's how life goes. But with this, even though she lied on her oath that some other educational credentials she submitted was not valid, was not inaccurate to prove whether she has that educational credential. But other librarians are still looking at the kind of work she would do, whether she's qualified for that work, or because of some political reason, because she made it on a platform that she's the president's daughter. When the president denied her, the president called, the president told her to shut up and just leave it. That was a remark she made on her platform. So we wait to see, because other librarians are saying if she was someone who was now a fighter of the party, or if she was someone who is not someone within a star position, then that confirmation was not going to be done. But she's a fighter, she's a daughter of the president, and so many statements people are saying. So Mr. Gayman, we yet to see. People usually say the monkey does not leave a black hen behind. So we're waiting to see if that what she did during her confirmation, if that's her usual habit. We will see her doing her work at the ministry there.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about if you did go to a good school, and if you were brought up in a good family, there's something called etiquette. I do not see women in public spaces, in public service, going live on television and cursing, using derogatory languages against other women. She was no longer Bintu Salif. She had been confirmed to represent the Liberian people as Deputy Minister for Urban Development, whatever that title is. And right after her confirmation, she took to the airwaves and began to insult. What does that say about her upbringing? What does that say about us? So if you are a stalwart of a party, if you are a fighter, if you are a frontliner of a party, it means absolutely nothing. So that means you can do whatever you want to do and get away with it. A job that does not require a master's degree. Why lie? Why embellish? This is what the American man calls a shoe-in position. You had no opposition. The president said he will have you confirmed. So why go there and lie? And after you are caught, you take to the airwaves and begin to insult other folks, including women. What happens to etiquette? What happens to public decorum? What happened to the image? Of the office you hold? Or the integrity, credibility of the office you represent, or those that represent the nation who in turn sent you forth, recommended you to be a true representative of this government and the president. This is what Barack used to say. If you want to know the character of a person, give them power.
Definitely.
The true character of a man or woman reveals itself when you give them power. We saw yesterday, the gentleman from LBS, Mr. Fagon. Fagon took to the airwaves himself and said that the young man by the name of Abraham Williams will not appear on the public radio station. A public place where Abraham Williams paid taxes, where Myean paid taxes, where I paid taxes. The public square, he said, I have stopped him from coming here and tell him I said so. He said, whoever told you that the show was canceled, they lied. The show was not canceled. I stopped them. He said, anyone who told you that the show was canceled, they lied. I, Fagon, stop you from coming here from LBS via the power vested in me. These are the kind of characters we are talking about. And then today, Fatima, after lying on an oath, got confirmed, took to the airways, and began to curse. And looked into the camera and shot the bird. Gave the audience her middle finger. Then she turned to Mariah Kekula and cursed her out on live television. This is what we are talking about when we say you want to know the true character of a man gave him or her power. This is what we are saying. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, you were here. I got to put you on the spot. You were here. You were advocating and begging for Fatima to be confirmed because you felt she was a good person. But what I saw today, we live in infamy. That's now how you would want your daughter to behave.
Look, you know what? I was just somewhere today. I just came back from New Jersey. I went to New Jersey. And I was somewhere to somebody who watched our show a lot, Mrs. Weather Blake. And she was looking at the different exchange of Fatima and Mariah. And she said they need to stop. She said the two of them too grown and responsible, they're educated. They need to stop doing this. And I think I concur with Mother Weather Blake. They need to stop going back and forth. Fatima, you've been confirmed. I think you should be humble about your confirmation and let it and go, because it's a lot of red flag. And you just be humble about it. Don't say anything. If I were you, I would go in the corner and get sure that I will confirm. You know, Mariah, on the other hand, the two of them got to stop. The two of them just got to stop. You can't be going back and forth, at each other and, stuff like that. But Fatima is not a confirmed official government. So there are rules that you have to follow, your ethical behavior and stuff like that. You have to go by it. You can't just be out there and getting in the vibe. You know more that person that you can just out there and do things. You're just not that kind of a common human being. You are now a government employee, government official, and you should go by the rules and behave how you behave in society. They have an effect on you. You could end up losing your job as well because you're a government official. The whole country look up to you now for urban planning. You're the deputy minister for urban development. All those people looking, the whole country is looking up to you now. See what you're going to bring in terms of that. I don't think it's time to be going back and forth with Mariah and all of that. I don't think it makes sense. It doesn't make sense.
Well, Doctor, let talk so. Mariah is not a government official.
Yes.
And I didn't see her in that video. The video that I just saw about a few hours ago. Mariah had nothing to do with it. We had to put the truth where it belonged. This woman just came from her confirmation hearing, and she's celebrating and behaving badly. This has nothing to do with Mariah. This is if you and I were in confrontation, right? And I want to fight. I went and everybody was praying that I don't get confirmed, and I finally got confirmed, like you say, instead of being happy and being humble. You turn around and got into the gutter, and you start wrestling with pigs, and then you wonder why you're dirty.
I don't understand. You know what? I don't understand. People don't respect the position, the role that they are working for the government. You are a government official, not just a common worker. But you are, in America, we say the deputy secretary of internal affairs. You know, you are the deputy for internal affairs. You know that job comes with a lot of tasks. And first and foremost, your character, how you know what can exhibit those open character. You know, one of the things when I started working for orientation, you are not a state worker. The things you do out there, the behavior you exhibit out there can come to haunt you, and we can fire you if we see those things. Certain behavior that you can exhibit out there, you can get fired. But unfortunately, Fatima, you know what you went through to get the confirmation. They went through the grace and the mercy of others in the Senate, you know, and you got that. I don't think it's time to be throwing jab and trying to throw hard at people. You are now a government official. Exhibit that leadership role, because the whole country is looking up to you. So I think you need to stop. Definitely. I think
what government official goes on national TV and look in the camera and gave people the finger, the middle finger? Who does that? I don't know if you, Dr. Peabody.
A Liberia government official.
Yeah, I don't know if you, Lavinia Victoria Ash Thompson.
Yes.
Okay. The reason, you know, and it is disheartening that we went from a woman of this impeccable character here to segue into Fatima. This is what we are talking about. A woman who became a judge and served her country around the world. She passed, and we are paying tribute to her honor. This Lavinia Victoria Ash Thompson, great mind from Liberia. Those of you that went to Liberia, you have a great representation here. Oh, hey, straight out of Foya. Hey, you see this?
In Liberia right now, off the radio.
The presidential palace is ready. Hey, man, you see Foya? Foya, welcome, Foya.
The man who was trending in Liberia today, Sylvester Pewee.
I saw him on OKFM with Vanna Plaque. What is it?
Vandera Patrick.
Vandera Patrick. He took Vandela to school because Vandela tried to make some excuses. You are muted, Pewee. Welcome.
Yeah, Vandela Patrick has something to do the issue. Yeah, thank you. Peabody, they, you know that the support energy of being from the back doing things. But again, we trying to structure changes in this country, and we hope that. We have to. I told the people that Mr. Gayman put a signal on top of my head. So
that's right. I saw it.
The signal gonna be going on moving on and setting the basis. But on the most serious note,
you embarrassed the young man. You embarrassed the young man. He wasn't ready.
My own uncle there. He said that's
nothing. He wasn't ready.
He said that's security online, but. But on a serious note, it's good that, you know, we came for a lot of things unfolding, basically, if you will, but we ought to understand the changes and see how the country is moving. But Mr. Gayman, you will note, and now people will see, people don't understand, will say, oh, we want to do this, but the country is tough. And you see the country tough, and where the government is not providing the requisite information that's required, it's a problem. And we will have to go time to time and see how we want to engage in things, engage in this, engage in that. But the country, we have to do things to get the country moving. And, you know, the young folks, our team, Myean, Sa, they were all of us today. A lot of things we went through. And if you went through, Mr. Gayman, I followed yesterday, I couldn't, when I got home, I had some issue about, and one of the Unity Party surrogate had to attack me yesterday because I said I went out of LEC, and he wanted me to lie. Now, currently I'm home, and I want to do this for the record. I'm currently home. I'm using my generator because the line that is supplying us, that transformer got some problem. And the guy, they will get angry if he said this. I'm currently having my generator on because the entire line that's supplying this side of our community is off. If you said this to them, they will get angry and want to attack you. We don't have to run the country this way. We have to do it in the way and manner that we have to all collectively move to do this thing. But it says, Peabody, good to see you again.
I mean, good to see you, yo. I'm here with Mr. I'm here. It's been a great time. It's been a great show. You know, you did an excellent job today. I follow you on OKFM this morning. I think your deliberation was very, very to the point. You know, fair enough. You know, other may not like it, but I think your deliberation this morning on OK was to the point. To the point. Yep.
Excellent.
Thank you.
While you here, let's go. I was just about to tip this story when you came in. In about 5 minutes, our guest will be coming on. But the Foreign Ministry hosted today a high-level talks on proposed U.S.-backed 300 megawatt power project. I think that's great news for Liberia. Hopefully, it happens. It said the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sarah Beslow United, hosted a high-level strategic meeting on Tuesday with 9 members delegation from the United States energy investors, signaling what officials describe as a significant step towards increasing Liberia electricity capacity, furthering the administration economic diplomacy. We are not saying they're coming to build, they say it is an intent, force scheming, this is possible. We are not saying this, but they are saying it's a possibility. I think if these people have not signed too many MOUs that fell through, this would have been celebrated as a great news, Pewee, but we still have to report it. If it happens, it's going to be great for us. Pewee, are you there? There you go. Go ahead. You are muted.
I think it's muted. You are muted. Okay, it's okay now.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead now.
Yeah, we can pre-celebrate that and hope that. Can you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out audible.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, okay. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can probably pre-celebrate and hope that it's going to happen. But one of the things I think she's trying to put into place now is this issue about economic diplomacy and partnership engagement in terms of our foreign policy objective. Now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is the chief messenger to the president, that is the chief architect of the foreign policy of our country. The foreign policy objective of this country is meant to promote economic diplomacy, that versus partnership development. What do we have to leverage as a country? We have to appropriately use that as an instrument to push up there so that folks will understand the pattern from all across life. So yeah, Mr. Gayman, we all will be doubtful because past time we signed a lot of memorandum of understanding, MOU, and some bilateral agreement that didn't result into any positive things that would push the country forward. But I think this minister is on a trajectory of trying to do some things. The first major achievement was the issue about pushing the country that will soon be inaugurated on the Security Council. That may, and when somebody else go on the Security Council, they got a lot of benefits of game, and I believe I'm sufficiently convinced that there may be some positive results coming out of some of these things we're doing. Now, how can we leverage our own foreign policy power we have? And that is in diplomacy. You leverage what you have to gain from your counterparts in terms of what you intend to do and how you intend to go about it. So I would hope that the foreign minister will push a lot of things, and there will be a lot of things moving through the cracks, so you show that we enhance our country. Listen, Liberia being a very powerful country and part of the Committee of Nations globally, we are part of the establishment of the United Nations. We're part of the establishment of the OAU, now AU, and we're part of the establishment of ECOWAS, if you will. Ever since that, we slipped into being a pariah state in terms of our structural foreign policy thing, and we went through a very chaotic and devastating civil crisis. Ever since the war, what we did as a country, we tried to regain Madam Sadi Poor back on the pedestal of being member of the Committee of Nations. She did that. That was a wonderful performance on the part of the former president. Now, structurally moving on, other countries, we have to allow the kind of relations to subsist between other countries bilaterally and from a multilateral basis. Multilaterally, we're doing well too. We're on good footing with the World Bank. We're on good footing with the IMF. We're on good footing with the African Development Bank and other multilateral institutions. So it is great, Mr. Gayman, and I will be very clear because certain folks believe that we are doomsayer. We want to see the government not succeed. No, we're not doomsayer. We're just being critical because past time people will say 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's no change. So but I will say for the record quickly that we will hope, and as you rightly stated, if it is successful, we are going to celebrate this. We hope and pray that it's going to be successful. It shouldn't be one of those things, but I think the foreign minister is on that path. If I would celebrate any minister in this country moving on, I would think Mr. Gayman, I would start saying this. I don't know, because you always ask the question. I don't know, you ask the question tonight or tomorrow, that who is my politician?
Friday.
Who is my politician tomorrow? I think this current Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, Friday, yeah. But this current Minister of Foreign Affairs is doing tremendous. Well, we'll celebrate moving on. Yeah.
Excellent. Our guest, hopefully, Myean, please watch. Make sure he.
Our guest is not in studio yet.
Okay, when he comes to with, but
so who do we have tonight?
We have, they call them Free Liberia. Is a group that have been fighting for Liberia to be visa free. And they were able to dig up some documents and took the United States government to court. I guess in 1822, before the people landed on the soil, the document written said that we were going to be like Puerto Rico. So what they are saying here is America wrote a check that they can't cash. And they want to take us. They want to take on the United States. Why is it that the legal documents were written and why America is reneging, making us the second highest, I guess, visa denial country in the world? And can you imagine places like Afghanistan, Pakistan, their denial rate is better than ours. It is just unbelievable, and they are coming to give us some lessons, give us some history, and we'll go from there. Yesterday we had Honorable Dolores Hogan Johnson. She was here talking about some of the things that we've been talking about all along. Then today we have Mr. Simeon Freeman, who dissected the budget, and I think he had like an hour and a half press conference. And he slammed the 1.21 budget as inflated, unrealistic, and wasteful, he thinks. And one of the areas that he talked about was education. He says $51 million was allocated to the Department of Education, but almost $40 million of that goes to salaries and perks. So there were very little remaining for operation. And he looked at curriculum development, Dr. Peabody. Curriculum development has only $20,000 in it. Curriculum development.
Which is very poor.
Very. Can you imagine?
Curriculum for the country, education system. And then you want people to be, that's poor. That's very
$20,000.
Yeah.
Wow. But they go around and say, look, we put $57 million or $51 million in the education budget.
Yeah, that's
but then when you start looking at the line item, then you find out
that's very poor, to be honest. That is very, very poor. You know, for them to have that going on. Curriculum development, that's one of the key areas there for your education system in that country. So if you put in that kind of peanuts into curriculum development, then how you expect to have a stronger education system? You know, our education system should be one of the strongest, and the amount you put in the budget for curriculum development, those are peanuts. That's sure joke. Where will it take our education system? People in other countries are developing different brand new curriculums for our country, for the country and stuff like that. And we sitting down there talking about $150,000 for curriculum development. We're just joking.
No, 20,000, 20.
I think that one school, that could be a school curriculum, you know, a private school in Liberia. That $20,000 could go to one private school, maybe Rich Institute in that curriculum development. That could be what Rich Institute, this school in Monrovia will be doing. But that's sick. That's sick. The guess is at the back.
Curriculum development is the group of folks that sit around and decide what our children are going to learn, how they're going to learn it.
So, Mr. Gayman, you ready? You can usher in the guest. The guest is in the back.
Yes. Okay. Bring your guest on.
Okay. So let's now bring the guest on.
Hello, Reverend Kromah.
Yeah, quickly. That's quite important.
Yeah, Mr. Pewee, you come in.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute, Reverend Kromah. Yeah, Sylvester, you were in mid-flight. Go ahead.
For curriculum development.
Professor, you've been caught up in on my internet.
Yeah, the NSA make sure you don't speak. Oh Lord, Reverend Kromah, I'm coming to you, but Dr. Peabody, I'm looking at the climate report here, economic climate report, and I'm going to read it over and over. It's a poor road network, lack of reliable access to internet. This is what the State Department said about Liberia. Here we go. How do you do business in Liberia when you can't even get communication through? But anyhow, Pewee go out and come back and see maybe it's get better. Reverend Kromah, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be on this show tonight.
I have with me our CEO that we got here, Dr. Peabody is here. We have our producer on the ground in Liberia, Myean Torgbean is here. And we got Truth FM. We are on Truth FM in Liberia. Myean, are we on the radio in Liberia?
Yes, we are on the radio. We are on the radio.
Great.
Are we on Kia yet?
Kia, I'm not too sure because Kia is not in the back, so it's not on yet.
Okay. Kia, you should have come on like an hour from now or so. Welcome to the show, Reverend. We have been following your work for a very long time. I think it's going to be educational. It's going to be very informative. Talk to us about who you are. Introduce yourself to those who have never met you.
My name is Reverend Tolly H. Kromah. Tolly, Kwahabi Tolly is a Dan name from Nema County. My father was born in Bassett Town, Grand Bassett County, and he lived in Tapeta. I was born in Tapeta, and I grew up in a village called Zia. It's a village that from the time I was born up until today, and even up to the Garden of Eden, there's been no electricity, no running water, no clinic, nothing of the kind. But this is where I grew up. There was no school in the village. And my father moved there, and together with his friends, Reverend Gayman and others, they founded the first school in the village. and that school had no assistance. They founded it without assistance from the missionaries, from LAMCO, that was the mining company, the government of Liberia. None of them participated in the construction of the school. It was a boarding mission for boys and girls. It's called Zia Mission School. That's where I grew up. And what we learned from there is what drives me today. Self-sufficiency. You can do it by yourself.
Yeah, so with that time you are talking about, they have or two, they have the new and the old time, so you can just make it
Ziapo. So the mission is in a place called Ziapo is the old time.
Yeah, it's the old time.
That's where the mission is located. And it's in the Tapeta area.
Yeah, I'm also from there anyway.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
So yeah, and my dad just passed away. We had a celebration of his life in Boston because he was 101 years. He went over the 1 century mark. So I thought that was significant. And he accomplished a lot of things. I mean, he didn't have formal education, but he became the first founding principal of the school they built. He got his first teacher from Buchanan, Allman Joseph. He went around the country to hire the best teachers to teach in the school. And the school has been there for so many years. But eventually we had a civil war and we relocated to Boston, Massachusetts. That's where we have been living for the past 35 years. My background is in telecommunications and computers. I used to work for the Wine Computer Company and the Liberia Telecommunications Corporation. And I'm married. I have 2 kids. My son is 14 years of age. My daughter is 7 years old. And we live right here in the Brighton neighborhood of Boston, Massachusetts. So basically that's it. And the Free Liberia Movement is a nonprofit organization that is set up in Liberia. I live here in Boston. We have another organization here called the Universal Human Rights International. It's been in existence since 1992. We've been advocating for immigrants. We work with people from 40 different countries here in Boston. And basically that's what it is.
So talk to us about this Free Liberia Movement. I've been reading a lot about it. What is the Free Liberia Movement?
Well, by the grace of God, I was able to discover the truth about our country. The Bible says you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Most people in Liberia have no idea about the country's history, how it was founded, who envisioned this place. We have been told that Liberia was founded by the American Colonization Society for free slaves from the United States who were free, and they were doing them a favor by relocating them in Africa. That information is completely false and misleading. I didn't know. I grew up thinking the ACS, American Colonization Society, actually founded Liberia. Not until I was working at the U.S. Embassy and had an incident at the U.S. Embassy during the war that actually led me to start this journey. So this journey I'm on now started on the 28th of, it started a little bit before that, but officially it started on the 28th of November, 1990, inside the walls of the United States Embassy in Monrovia. Because what had happened was that I was living in Liberia. I set up a tech company myself, and I was fortunate to work for the Wine Computer Company. And then I transferred over. I had a contract with the company, and then I was no longer working for Wine. I was now working for myself. And during the war, the president of Liberia was killed. And after the president was killed, there was complete chaos in Liberia. Every embassy closed, all businesses closed. The only thing functioning in Liberia was the embassy of the United States of America. And then their computer went down. They needed help. They sent to Washington. Washington sent to Boston and to the company that made the computers. And I was asked if I wanted to go into Liberia. There was no flight going to Liberia. All the flights had canceled. There was no seaport or road or anything but they said that there was transportation, accommodation, everything available if I wanted to go. So I went to Monrovia on a military helicopter from Sierra Leone to Monrovia. In the embassy compound, I had an apartment, living and working there. But while working there, something happened one day that changed my life completely. A woman came for visa, and I happened to be inside the room where the visa officers are, and they are outside of the glass wall. The woman wanted to get a visa to come to America during the war, and she was refused visa. And unlike all of the Liberians that were coming for visa, when they refused them visa, they cried, they yell, they curse the people who want to go to that dirty America. Said, you people are wicked. This woman didn't do that. She asked the question, why did you refuse my visa? And the visa officer said, I refused your visa because if you go to America, you won't come back. She said, oh, but then I can tell you because if I go, I'll come back. I can prove it. He said, go ahead and prove it. She started to prove that when she comes, she will go back. In fact, she had been living in America before. She had gone to college in America. She started to show her degree. She started to show, even she had a bank account in America. She started to show all those things. Plus, while she had in Liberia, she had property in Liberia. She had bank account, but the banks were closed. She couldn't purchase anything. She wanted to go. She had a place to stay. As she was bringing the documents to prove that she would come back, that she actually had lived there for a long time, the guy said, stop. And she said, why? He said, because I just said you won't come back and you won't come back and that's it. Next person, please. And she said, no, you told me you were not giving me a visa because I won't come back. I told you I can prove it. You told me to prove it. I'm not finished. I got a lot of documents. He said, I'm not looking at any documents anymore. That's it. If you don't leave, we're going to make you to leave. She said, I'm not leaving. They decided to call security. Security came and dragged the woman out of the window she was. And dragging her from there, she had a little child in her arm. That child screamed so loud, I stood up and saw them. And it actually disturbed me. It disturbed me a lot. And I asked the guy, what's going on? And the guy said,
can you put your phone on silence, please?
Yeah, okay, I'll turn the phone off. So the woman was dragged from the window with the child, and the child screamed really loud. And I asked the guy in the room, what's going on? He laughed. He said, you don't know these people. All Liberians think they're American citizens. And since this war started, I want to go to America. My brother there, my father there, they all want to go. But we're not going to let them. I said, I thought this was governed under the law. He said, yeah, there's a law. I said, but she said she could prove it. He said, yes. I said, and they told her to stop giving evidence. He said, you don't know these people. These people, all of them, think they're Americans. We're not going to let them. Long story short, I decided that I was going to apply for visa too. So I said, can I apply for visa? I said, oh, yes, you can apply for visa. So when you come back tomorrow, just bring your passport. The next day I brought my passport. Guess what? It was a green Liberian passport. He said, what? How? You coming from Boston? Yes. You live in Boston? No. Where's your green card? I don't have green card. So I did not have a green card. I came from Boston, and I came to the embassy to work in the embassy because of the company. How did you get in the helicopter? I had an ID. They never asked me for passport. Long story short, I told him, give me my visa. And he said, you know, I come to the office. I went in the office and sat across the office from him. He said, I'm so sorry. What happened yesterday to that woman actually disturbed you. But the reason we refused her visa was not because we believe she's not coming back. We refused her visa because we have a directive from the State Department that says, do not give any visa to any Liberian. You can give visa to Lebanese, you can give visa to Indian, foreigners, not a single Liberian. At this time, there was a visa ban for Liberians, but it was classified documents sent to the embassy. So I said, you are lying. you can't discriminate against Liberians. Let me see the document you're talking about. He said, I can't show you because the document is classified document, so I can't show you. But I'm telling you, it's the truth. If you don't like the policy, you have to complain to the State Department. That's what he told me. And I told him, I'm going to do that. Instead of complaining to the State Department, I complained to the government of the United States. On November 28, 1990, I wrote a letter to the President of the United States, George H.W. Bush Sr. I wrote a letter to the Chief Justice and Justices of the Supreme Court, to the United States House, and to the Senate. And what I said was, and I have a copy of that letter still today. What I said was that this is inhumane. We believe America stands for democracy, but also human rights. And what is going on in Liberia needs to be investigated. Long story short, I could not actually get out of the place, but God opened the way for me to come to this country legally. I came here legally by the grace of God. And when I got here, I decided to file a complaint. I wrote a letter to Senator Kennedy. I have a copy of that letter, and told him what was going on in Liberia needed to be investigated. He wrote a letter to the State Department. I have a copy of that letter, and there was no investigation whatsoever. Long story short, up to today, Liberia, number one, I have come to realize through the Honorable Representative Benjamin Swan, who is now retired in Massachusetts, that we didn't need to fight for TPS, because Liberians, all persons born in Liberia, are entitled to all rights that American citizens enjoy. Representative Benjamin Swan was the first to tell me that we have all rights. We don't need to fight for TPS. We needed to fight. We don't even need to fight for anything because we are entitled. Honorable Benjamin Swan, he's right now in Springfield. He told me that. The second thing he also told me was that Liberia was not founded by the American Colonization Society. It was founded by the government of the United States. That's what he told me. And then I told him, oh no, we have never been under colonial rule. We always been independent. We were never under any colony. We were created by the ACS. And he told me no. But he told me, you don't know what you're talking about. You're going to find out yourself. I've done the research. The ACS in 1822 was not a legal entity at all. It was not even registered. It was the government of the United States using two laws passed by Congress that created the colony of Liberia. On 1822, April 25, the American flag was planted in Monrovia as a jurisdiction of the United States. December 15, 1821, there was a treaty signed by the Robert Stockton and Elijah Ayers. At that time, there was no ACS. ACS was registered in 1816, but they have never, they were founded, they just got together, but they never actually registered at that time. They did not register until 1831, and if the registration was not good, they have to re-register 1837, and in 1844, the United States Congress Foreign Affairs Committee did an investigation and came up with a verdict. The ACS registration in 1831 and 1837 were null and void. You check out history, Liberian legislative history of Liberia, you're going to find it null and void. And that is why we had Liberia today. After the null and void verdict from the United States House of Foreign Affairs Committee, the ACS told the people in Monrovia, you guys got to declare independence now. So from 1844 to 1847, they drafted a constitution with the help of the Massachusetts Colonization Society. They drafted a constitution, and on July 26, 1847, Liberia became an independent country under the American flag. It was not until August 24. So the American flag was planted April 25, 1822, and also July 26, 1847, under the American flag. They were not in rebellion. They did not rebel against the United States government. They were being protected by the United States Navy. Fast forward to today, we have a very serious problem. There is a woman whose daughter was in the United States military. She came to Massachusetts 4 times to visit her daughter. The daughter died. She wanted to come for a funeral. She was refused visa. And right now, the visa refusal rate for Liberia is 79.39%. For Liberia, you check that with Iran, 53%. Afghanistan, 48%. Russia, 38%. And we have been squeezed to the point where people who are sick have their relatives here, they will need to come for medical treatment. They refuse visa. A student just got a scholarship for Northeastern University, refuse visa. And before they do that, they take your money first, and then they refuse you visa. Right now, we are on the verge of admitting an El Salvadorian into Liberia on humanitarian grounds. But we still have a lot of Liberian citizens here in this country that came here because of the Civil War that was plotted in Boston. And those people are still living here today without green card, even though we had a bill called the Liberia Refugee Fairness Act, signed by President Trump in his first term. That bill did not cover all Liberians because the Fairness Act was not fair. So today, fast forward, we have a situation where the people, according to the 1824 Constitution, according to the American Declaration of Independence, Liberians were in America before America became a country. Some of the people were slaves. They built America. Some of them were free. The first person to die during the American Revolution was a black man in Boston. Crispus Attucks was a black man. And so these people fought for freedom for the United States. But after they fought for freedom, America got its independence. They defeated the British Empire. But after they got their independence, there was a black woman in Massachusetts called Mom Bess. She could not read and write because there were laws in Massachusetts and across this country. You can't teach black people to read and to write as part of their punishment for slavery. This woman heard she couldn't read and write, but she heard that Massachusetts has a new constitution, 1780, June 15. And this constitution said all men are born free and equal. And they were discussing it in the home of her slave master. When she heard this in her ears, she said, "This is for me." She decided to go to court. People said, "Don't go to court. This white jury is a white judge. These people don't even mean what they're talking about." She said, "This is the truth, and this is God's earth. I'm going to go to court, and I'm going to win the case. I want to live for 1 minute as a free black woman on God's earth than to live for decades as a property of somebody." She went to court, and she won 2 verdicts from the jury. Verdict number 1, you are free based on the Constitution of Massachusetts. Verdict number 2, you have been working since you were free for this man, therefore you have to be paid reparations. And she was paid 30 pieces of silver for reparations. After she got free and she was paid a reparation, she became a free woman. All of the other slaves started going to court. 1783, Massachusetts outlawed slavery. And so slavery was not outlawed after the Civil War in Massachusetts. It was outlawed way, way, way before then. But those people were free and they were citizens of Massachusetts. 1788, when the Constitution of the United States was adopted, the 13 colonies, Massachusetts became one of them. All of the citizens of Massachusetts became citizens of the United States. Therefore, people who were in Massachusetts, who were free black citizens, were already citizens of the United States of America. But that infuriated the slave masters. George Washington owned hundreds of slaves. James Monroe, at the time, was in the assembly in Virginia, owned a lot of slaves. So Thomas Jefferson. And so these people who signed the Declaration of Independence, all men are created free. They don't believe in it at all. And what they decided to do was, this woman was so dangerous. She was illiterate, but she was so dangerous because she had hold on the truth. And they had to do something about her. They couldn't kill her, they couldn't arrest her, they couldn't jail her because Massachusetts has several precedents of people going to court and getting free. And so they decided, we're going to create a country across the ocean to remove these citizens of the United States from here that are black there. But to do that, they passed the first law. March 4th, 1790, they passed a law called the First Nationality Act. It was the first apartheid law in the whole world. That law says only white persons will be citizens of the United States. Now, that's a contradiction because the Declaration of Independence said we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. Now, fast forward to March 4, 1790, only white persons will be citizens, eligible for citizenship. But that is for naturalization. What's about the citizens of Massachusetts already there? They passed a second law, March 3, 1819, to actually put this into effect. And that second law was what actually created Liberia, authorized the Navy to intervene in Africa under the guise of arresting ships that are coming to America. They will arrest the ship and take the slaves off the ship and take them back to Africa. That's what they said. But in effect, what they wanted to do was to take this woman and her children and other people who were free out of the place. The society that was founded was called the Society for Colonizing the Free People of America, the Free People of Color of America. That was the name of the American Colonization Society. It didn't have black people in it at all. It was all white people, and most of them were slave masters or white supremacists in this organization. And that's how they set it up. James Monroe became president, and under him, he signed this law. He signed this Slave Act of 1819 into law, and they were going to use it to deport these people. The Attorney General of the United States, Honorable William Reed, wrote opinion number 229, and that opinion said you cannot take anybody from this country to the colony at all. Opinion number 229. James Monroe overruled that, and in spite of the opinion number 229 that you cannot take anyone from America to go to this colony, if the law says you should only go patrol the ocean to arrest slave ships and take the Africans back, you can't take people from here. They took the people from here. The first batch of people that were taken came from the United States of America in 1820 to go to Liberia. And according to the University of Wisconsin, did a research, the first 7 years of Liberia, all of the people who went to the colony were all free blacks from the United States, from states like Massachusetts, and they went to Liberia. So they were under an agency. The agency was called the United States Agency for Liberated Africans. It was not the American Colonization Society. It was the United States Agency for Liberated Africans. And they have one white man doing two jobs. The first job was a federal agent. Second job was colonial agent. And working for this so-called ACS that was not even a registered organization. What we are doing today is the third remonstrance. The first one was December 5, 1823, when the people who went to Liberia protested and wrote in a document to the states, we are citizens of the United States. We need to be treated equally. We cannot have a white man holding two positions over us. They didn't listen to it. The second one was 1830, led by a man called Joseph Shepherd. Joseph Shepherd led the second remonstrance and petition. We are citizens of the United States. We cannot be under a white man holding two positions. We need to have self-rule. After he said that, they challenged the ACS. How are you people even able to be part of this whole equation? That's when ACS in 1831 decided, from the pressure from Joseph Shepherd and other people who were educated in Monrovia, that's when they decided now they're going to go and incorporate. So they incorporated 1831, and then they incorporated finally 1837. It was declared null and void. So the Republic of 1847, under the American flag, was not a true republic, because a republic is a state where the citizens, all citizens, have supreme power, and the power is carried out by the elected officials. But in 1847, all persons were not allowed to vote, because it was only in the hand of the people who came from the United States for many years, in fact, over a century. So it was not really a true republic, it was not real democracy. Today, fast forward, and I'm going to close my closing argument. Fast forward to today is November 2025. We have similar situation. We have two classes of citizenship in Liberia. First class citizen, people with two passports, like me. I have American passport, I have Liberian passport. In Liberia, we have a dual citizenship law. Yet and still, majority of the people go to the embassy, they refuse them visa, and nothing is said about it. They take their money from them. And the electoral process is not free and fair. You have to pay up to $2,500 to register to run for civic leadership in Liberia. Not only $2,500, you also have to pay up to $1,500 for processing of your application. You must have 10,000 United States dollars in your bank account before you can run for office, and you have to have 100,000 insurance bond. The financial situation is burdensome. We don't have free and fair election. We don't have republic. We don't have democracy. It's time for us to go, not just recycle politicians. It's time for us to start from scratch. And the scratch has to be started from something called the Sovereign Citizens Convention, because the sovereignty of the nation rests on its citizens. Sovereign Citizens Convention, where the citizens, we the people, drive a constitution where we are the masters of the republic, to the point where we can even set the salaries and benefits of our elected officials. Currently, what we have, people come from, I live 2 blocks from Harvard University, 2 blocks. It's just right over here. People come from Harvard and go to Liberia. One time we had 3 Harvard graduates running for president. No matter who you get to run for president, the Bible says a corrupt tree cannot bear good fruit, neither can a good tree bear corrupt fruit. We have a country established by a slave master, James Monroe. The capital is named in his honor, Bourgeois, Washington. He sold 54 people while he was president of the ACS. We have John Marshall, Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Marshall City. When he died, 200 slaves were under bondage. These people never freed any slaves. These people took citizens of the United States of America and banished them and exiled them. I've written a book called Exile by Design, how Liberia, the 25th state, was formed. And so what we need to do today is not who's going to be there for 2029. No matter who you put there, you will have the same result, because it's systemically corrupt. It was corrupted by the slave master and the government of the United States, and both parties are responsible for what it is. But the people need to come together and make a demand, just how it was done in 1781 by Montbeth in Massachusetts. It was done on December 5th, 1823 by the group from Monrovia, Remonstrance. It was done in 1830 by Joseph Shepherd. We have started a new movement to demand birthright citizenship for all persons born in Liberia until we have a true independence where we can draft a constitution for ourselves. But right now, we are still under American jurisdiction. That's the closing argument.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining the show, we are listening to the CEO and founder of the Free Liberia movement. We talk about history here. This man is a walking encyclopedia of history, dates, and time. Let me welcome Fatima Kamara. Welcome. It's been a while. We've been missing you. Where you been hiding?
I've been hiding somewhere in the kitchen, cooking up some good stuff.
Okay, it's all right. I got to come and eat some of your food. Dr.
No,
Peabody,
not food.
We gotta go to Fatima's house and eat all her food.
Not food. I need everything. Everything, like digging up some really good information about how corrupt. I know we already know that, but really have some specifics today too. It's going to be a good one. Excellent.
So we got Liberia. Hopefully our internet is working. Hopefully the NSA, they're not here blocking us, but because we are here talking about history. And Dr. Peabody, sometimes you sit there and you say some of these things are so impossible when you hear them. But the Constitution that we have now, that we are going by, that a portion, almost 80% of the taxes that we pay in Liberia, to few folks in the legislature and their peers, and we the taxpayer, they give us only 20% back. So when someone like Reverend Krua or Fanta comes on and say, you know what, this thing is so skewed against us. It has to be rewritten. What you think, Dr. Peabody?
I sat here listening to Mr. Reverend. Let me see the name again. Jerome Gayman.
Yeah.
Yes, and I just felt that he was more like a living. He's a living historian. Putting all of this together. And talking about things that people didn't think it would be possible or anybody would be able to come up with. But he came up with it, and I'm looking forward to asking him some questions on all of this history that he had compiled together. Almost impossible to me, almost impossible to me. But I'm looking forward to asking him some questions about all this different history, the dates, and James Monroe and his slavery, and how many slaves he sold. Liberia was not colonized, and all of that. I'm looking forward to asking him some questions.
Great. Fanta, we have here, when I sit here, I know you dug up a lot of stuff, and you sit there, and the past election in 20, when I saw the Liberian ambassador going from village to village and talking authoritatively as though he owns the place. And then when I spoke to Dr. Borrow, and he said he discovered the deed of the Republic of Liberia somewhere here in the U.S., I was shocked. Your take?
There is nothing shocking there. I mean, if you only well, all we have to do is just open our eyes. Just activate yourself, right? Break out of the matrix, because we know the matrix is fake news. So break out of the matrix, pay attention, and come alive. You cannot claim to be living, but you're walking dead. So if you only pay attention, the signs are all around us. The fact that everything we do, it's on our knees to foreign nations. Our economic policies are heavily foreign centric should tell us something. So we are the slaves and we have masters. Or to be very specific, the people who sit in the seats today claiming to be our leaders are slaves. That's what they are, doing the bidding of their masters. So when you hear something like this, for someone who pays attention, and that's what I was referencing when I said I was cooking like in the kitchen, I do a lot of research, and I'm always keen to these things. You understand that the system is designed to keep Liberians poor, to keep Liberians exactly where they are, under the thumb of another nation. And look, I always say this, we are not averse to foreign direct investment. But unless we understand that this is a system in which we're operating that was never designed for us to be advantageous, we're always going to lose. So it is not surprising to me. It's something that I have known for a very long time. I mean, when you even bring it into modern days, over the last 3 decades, right? From the initiation of the war to the deliberate killings of over 250,000 Liberians, those people still exist today. And it's the same perpetrators. Nothing different. The story is still the same. And that's why it's such a ripe time for Liberia and Liberians to decide, what is it going to be? Are we going to stay in this slumber, or we're going to come alive? Because these are urgent times. So I'm not surprised. It's just very sad. That's what it is.
Reverend Kromah, I was listening this gone Sunday to Faraz Zakari. He's one of the greatest singers so far. Farid Zakari. He's on CNN, and he did a presentation this gone Sunday. And he showed two countries that are considered the more, I guess, donor recipient. And the two highest countries was, the most was Liberia, with the least development, with the least result. When the guy showed the chart, the only other country that came very close, but not even close, was Haiti. We have received more money, donor money from the United States and the international community. The bar was this high. And then when they flip it with accomplishment, Liberia is the most underdeveloped, but yet have received the most aid in the world. I was shocked. So what you are saying here makes a lot of sense. But do you think Liberia is ready to break out of that yoke?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. So I happen to be a Christian, and I believe that all men are sinners and there is none righteous. But I also believe that God is righteous and God is merciful, and he can forgive sinners and transform people who were otherwise sinners into, reasonable people. And I say that because the situation that we have is pretty grim. And the biggest part of it is keeping people in darkness, deliberately keeping people in darkness. Number one, the mind, to say these people will not get education at all. We're going to lock up their bodies, and then we'll lock up their minds. And yet, and still, we had an army that defeated the empire. King Charles is not sovereign at all. He's a thief, because all of the richest country in the world today are colonizers that went overseas and took the gold, took the diamond, and took it to their places, and they never returned them. And when let's forget Liberia for a moment. The other African nations, when they say you are independent, it's political independence where the politicians are in the pocket of the colonizers. As long as they are in the pockets of the colonizers, you have tranquility and stability. But the people are still trapped. So what we need to look at is, how can we, as Liberians today, forget about recycling politicians? Because we've had Harvard president, we've had 10 presidents of Liberia were citizens of the United States, starting with Joseph Junior Roberts, who was a good president, with all things considered. But still, we have people who are coming out of Harvard now, going into the corrupt system. Put me in there, put me there. You put it, it's like a big drum of quota, and the quota is a corruption. They say, put me in there, I will change it. They put them there, they drown. When they come out, they got the quota all over them. Recycling politicians has not worked in 200 years. There's no need for going forward with it. We need a sovereign citizen convention where the citizens can make the constitution. We the people. That's the beginning. But before we even get there, people look at West Point. The president of the United States wants to build a Riviera in Gaza to move the people and place a different system over there in Gaza. What's about West Point? West Point, Monrovia, Liberia. The people are living in a place where it's not fit for human habitation. For years, they're trapped in that place. So what we need to do is to demand our rights based on the Constitution, based on the American Declaration of Independence, based on the Massachusetts Constitution, based on the Liberia Constitution, including the Constitution of 1986, Article 95. It says that the Constitution of 1847 has been abrogated. However, all laws passed in this country, held by the first Constitution, all Constitution remain the law of the country of Liberia. And so legally, we have the entitlement. Legally, we need to demand. I believe there are two reasons why we don't have Liberia to be the way it is. Number one, we have not asked. Liberians have not come together to ask because we've been living in darkness. And so now, by the grace of God, a boy from the bush way in the interior was able to come because of education. come and go inside the embassy compound to light up a little candle to show this. Right now, we want to see the document. One of the things we've been fighting for 35 years, we want to see that document, the classified cable that instructed these people to deny Liberian people visa. We want to see the copy of that document. We are demanding it right now. We've been demanding it for a very long time, but more Liberians need to demand it. We need to demand that if the United States have 42 countries, over 1 billion people coming to America without visa, how should the people who were here before the United States government existed, before America came into being, why should they be denied entry? We have to make a demand that we are almost like indigenous people because we were here before the country was established. In 1924, the United States finally passed a law, the Indian Citizenship Act. And that law made it possible for any Native American, regardless of what country they are citizens of, to become citizens of the United States, to enjoy equal opportunities in the United States. Why not?
But with all due respect, Mr. Crow, right? And a lot of what you have said certainly is very valid. But what Liberia needs right now in terms of priority is not advocating or it's not marching down the street to be allowed into America. Liberia needs to focus on Liberian issues and solve Liberian issues right now, and not continue this exodus that we have seen over the last two decades. We cannot, look, no matter what we do, no matter how we flip it, we are Liberians. We will always be Liberians. Many people might hold dual passports. At the end of the day, you are just a resident of that other country. Your homeland is Liberia. So wanting to take that fight right now and put it on our head as is the most important thing, I will really caution us away from that. What's most important today, for example, yesterday, and I put the link in the chat there. This is a dire issue, and we should establish a state of emergency. Liberia, per Gallup, the analytical global group, ranked Liberia 3rd in the world for worry and sadness. Think about that for a moment. Do you know what that means? Over 600,000 Liberians are suffering from emotional distress. Do you know why they are suffering from emotional distress? Because they cannot afford to feed themselves. Liberia's biggest problem right now that should be centric to whatever solution that is being drafted. We don't need 50,000 pages or elaborate solutions. We need to feed the people. And of that 600,000 number, do you know the demographic that suffers the most? It's women. It's women. You look at a 40-year-old woman today and she looks like she's 70 years old. And what does she do for a living? She is busting rocks. She's cracking rocks just to feed her family. Liberia-America relationship will always be that dynamic. We cannot solve that dynamic today. But it's part of the problem because we consider ourselves so much to be an extension of a nation that rejects us. We should stop putting in application to be a part of someone else's house. Let's fix our house.
Okay, let me just.
I really want you to share that article because every single person need to understand what that means.
Okay, fine. Yeah, yes, go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, let me just say I want to thank you for the points you made. Now, the solution for a country has to be taken care of by the people of the country. And for one individual, you only speak based on your perspective. This is my perspective. My perspective is I have 2 passports. I have my kids going to school in America. Whether you are in America, you are not in America. But the first time I came to the United States was 1982. I came here, I studied, and I went back to Liberia. I was able to set up, I said earlier, I set up a tech company in Liberia. And my experience is that the children that I see in West Point are engineers, scientists, people designed by God to become scientists, engineers, etc. They will live and die in that place. Had my father not been the person that he was to be able to build a school in the first school in the town, I wasn't even going to have an education at all. But I was fortunate to come to this country, and I went back to my country. I set up a computer company. Guess what? After I set up the computer, before the war, I set up the computer company, and I managed to get a contract with a company in Boston to do technical support for Africa, Middle East, and Europe. I needed to train engineers in America. The first engineer I hired was from Sudan. I sat in Monrovia, wrote a letter. He took it to the embassy in Sudan. He got a visa. The second person was from Senegal. I sat in Monrovia, gave him a letter. He went to the embassy. He got a visa. When I tried to get Liberian engineers to go, all the Liberians were refused a visa. I could not have been able to develop my business at all in Liberia because of the system. And so for me, as a professional, somebody who has a tech company, am I going to wait for what? I'm proposing my own solution from my experience. And when it comes to the sphere of the nation, people need to come together to make a decision for the country. And for me, I cannot say I'm not going to be able to push for something that I've read. Mambet listened to it in her ears because she was illiterate. I have read the document. I heard from a representative, and I've seen it myself. So right now, King Charles, for example, they've colonized so many countries for so many years, so many centuries, and they have taken the wealth from those places and took it to London, and they're sitting down on top of it. What do we say? We say, okay, let's leave him, and we will take care of our home. Maybe we could do that, but I'm in a position where I have read on documents. I'm entitled to something, and today we have Japan, free visa to America. Germany, free visa to America. Over 1 billion people. I can't say we should be excluded. Let the other people go. It's our property. That's what I'm saying. And
thank you. 1 minute, real quick. Let me welcome Honorable Victor Nagbe. Victor, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Jerome. Good to be with you guys. Miss Kamara, Mr. Cross, nice to be with you. Let me say hi to our audience. Welcome to. Please do share the show. But it's good to be with you.
Great, Fanta. Let me go to Victor on this one. Then I come to Fanta. Something is happening around us, and I like what.
Mr. Gayman, can I just respond to that visa point like really quick, because I want to connect it to something else that he said.
Okay.
So I'm not dismissing, right, that as a component that ought to be resolved. The daylight robbery that Africa as a continent has experienced and is continuing to experience, Liberia included. There is no prison tough enough to hold those criminals. And you know who are amongst those criminals? Who sold the slaves to the white man? Was it the white man in Africa selling slaves to the white man? No. It was our own brothers selling us to the white man. So that is an issue. I'm not dismissing it. But the way you fight that issue is tell the leaders, the foreign minister who is sitting there and applauding a 3-year visa extension as if to say is the biggest accomplishment of the century, when 80% of Liberians gets denied, you should hold her responsible, right? You should hold those people responsible, because you cannot control another government. You can control your government, because we are the people. To your point, we are the people. Even in this quote unquote democracy, which we're not a democratic nation, we should still muster the courage to stand up, to first identify the right people who are making the decisions that are impacting either our individual entities or our country as a whole, and hold them accountable. Your fight doesn't start with the United States. I am very much with you. In fact, with the entire Western world and beyond, who continues to exploit the continent of Africa, Liberia included. When you see something like the current visa celebration that's happening, or this nonsensical UNGA or Security Council seat, anyone who pays attention, as I said again, those who are not walking dead, if you only open your eyes and activate your battery, right? Turn your batteries on so you are alive, you will know it was all for showboating. Liberia has no power on the Security Council. Neither can they make no decision. Ask yourself, how much did they spend just to showboat millions of dollars when we have a real issue? While they were chasing the skies, we have a real issue of just feeding the people. When they pass a budget of $1.2 billion and only 13 million in that budget is allocated to agriculture, and we have nearly 1 million Liberians suffering from worry and sadness, and with the corporate bin food, that is the problem. America fight, UK fight, France fight, will always be there, and we should definitely have those fights. But let's not shy away from these real issues that are affecting everyday Liberians today. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
So how do you do that?
No, excellent.
Let me answer you. No, this is very important. How do we do that, right? How do we do that? You petition the same letter you wrote to United States officials. Have you written a letter to the foreign minister?
Oh yes, I walked into the foreign ministry, and
what was the outcome of that?
Because I had short trousers. They said I couldn't go in because I had short trousers.
Did you follow up?
The next day, Kamara was Dr. Kamara was foreign minister at the time. Young girls from Liberia. Right now, we have one of the smartest girls. She just graduated from high school with straight A. She can't go to college because they came here under Obama. They needed to have part of this Liberia Refugee Fairness Act. Kamara, they said I had short trousers. I came the next day with long trousers. I gave the documents to the office, and they said the minister is going to talk to you. He called me later on and said, "Who is this?" I said, "This is Reverend Kraft from Boston. I brought the papers for the Liberian refugee matter." He hung up.
Who are you responsible?
We have a system. I hold the people who created the system responsible because of liability. If you create a product that harms people, you have to be held accountable.
What about the perpetrators of that, of that system? The ones who are actually doing the deeds in the system, like the foreign minister, like the president, right? The legislative. What about those people?
In the past election, there were 46 registered political parties. 46 registered and certified by the Election Commission. Only 20 of them participated, and those 20 were ones that had connection outside. The financial, it's not free, it's not fair. It's a corrupt system. We have to get rid of that system. If we don't get rid of the system, the people who get elected are not really our representatives. Those people are there because of access to cash.
So how do we get rid of that system? You propose is from outside or from inside?
No, but he's just said that he is proposing that the Liberian rise to write to demand that we rewrite the Constitution.
That's what I said.
Against the one that is skewed against it. But let me come to Victor. Victor, I'm reading something here, and this is, I think Fanta are going to love this. I may be wrong, but something is happening around us. Something is happening around us, and we are not part of it. It said Guinea aimed to launch the Samadou Back Wealth Fund to transform its totality, the whole structure. And Fanta was talking about the imperialist system that were imposed upon them. These people in Guinea, the young, vibrant leaders in Guinea have come up with a solution. They said the fund is aimed to protect against commodity shocks, the boost investment. Samadou project is expected to transform the fiscal outlook of Guinea perpetually. Guinea is seeking to overhaul its economic and the entire system with reforms from within. It's a concrete. This is from Realtors now. Guinea plans to launch its first sovereign wealth fund by the second quarter of 2026. with an initial $1 billion, is planning, Minister said, as the West African nation moves to leverage a flood of revenue from its giant Simandou iron ore mine. The fund will channel resources, income, including from the Simandou project launched this week, into long-term investment that will finance education, infrastructure, agriculture, industry, cushioning the economy against commodity price shock. These people, I mean, we are talking about, Fanta is here, she's screaming for the top of her head. Mr. Kruger is here screaming for the top of his head. Dr. Peabody and I was saying the same thing yesterday, and here we are, a group of young folks got together, they identified the problem, and they didn't just they did something about it. They have found the magic bullet. Your take on this? This is huge.
Yeah, I mean, from the face of it, it does sound huge. I think $20 billion project that is being undertaken, if I'm not mistaken. So, by our standard, West African standard, Guinean standard, it sounds pretty big. And yes, congratulations are in order for the young people, for the capacity to line up and get the help that they've been looking for. This project was supposed to have been jointly undertaken with Liberia because their port is much closer to our Port of Buchanan and other part. It will be easier to transport the ore from the mountain through Liberia to the ships. But I think they'll figure out a way to do it without Liberia. So yes, we understand there seems to be a lot of preparations underway to launch this project without the involvement of Liberia. I think about HPX and Salamantel fight over the rail. That has been one of the stumbling blocks in the way of going forward with this development, this agreement, because I think HPX is interested in the mountain in Guinea as well, and they wanted to transport their ore through here. Now, having said that, care has to be taken. We're talking about the colonizers and all of that. Who are the people right now in Guinea? The same colonizers. The Russians are there, the Chinese are there, the Americans are there. And so we want to be careful. We are not switching, one colonizer for the other. I understand the entire Simandou Mountain, I think it's estimated to be worth about 23 billion. Again, I think these are exploratory and therefore estimates. But if it is worth that much, and this current project is worth 20 billion, I think that leaves them with around 3 billion. But then the question is, what do they do with the proceeds that they get out of this? Are they then going to grow the economy and diversify in other ways? Because remember, these are depletable. These are not renewable resources. You go and take the ore out. That's it. We all know bombing hills or bombing holes. And so, so we have to come back Guinea and take a look at them because we understand Kagame and others are in there. And Kagame is one of those who is being hailed on the continent for what he's been able to do in Rwanda, coming out of war just like us. And yet, having to put Rwanda on the map in the way he did. So, all in all, I think it looks bright for Guinea. We'll watch and see. I don't know if it means Liberia is entirely out now or whether, there will be ways in which we can also, that can rub off of us. I don't know. But as our passing on, it comes down to the management, really, of, whenever these resources become available to us, how we manage them to the benefit of, the greater population. I think this is what Fanta is talking about. You have, what do they call these people in the Western cluster and all these people? Imagine how much money they take out of the country, $600 million plus per annum. And go and look at the people who live in Tottenham and these spots, living along the game by all those places. Some of these people are the very people you just put in a picture that who still have to break rocks for a living. That is our problem. I think our problem is leadership, the judicious management of our resources. I think this is where many of us differ with some of our colleagues right now. If we can manage well, we should be able to do much, much, much better than we're doing in our country. We've had a problem of leadership from the founding of this nation, starting with what my brother indicated here, American Liberian free slaves and all of that. We have never had a leadership that truly cares for the people. That has been our problem from time without number, and we're still suffering from that. I think the problem may have even been compounded by the current brand of leadership we've had over the past 20 years. A group of don't care only about themselves, line their pockets, And I know we'll talk about the current saga between Moi and Musa Ability that's brewing, and it's pulling in a lot of other people. It probably didn't know, but it's a spider web that he talked on, and the whole thing is unraveling. But I would like to pass it on. It's great to be here with you guys.
Great. I don't know if Ing is here, but let me go to Dr. Peabody. I do not want us to rain on what is going on in Guinea. What is going on in Guinea? It is so significant that they are establishing a stock market. And it says here, the mining windfall to smooth out volatility in Guinea. Guinea is already the world's biggest bauxite exporter and a growing supply of gold and lithium. With annual production projected to reach 120 million metric tons of high-grade iron ore, Simandou could add revenue equivalent to 3.4% of gross domestic product to government coffers between 2030 and 2039, according to International Monetary Fund. That compares with total mining revenue equivalent to 2.2 GDP. Despite the growing dependence on natural resources income, Nagbe said investing in windfall into wealth funds will help Guinea smooth out fiscal volatility linked to erratic commodity prices. The fund will mirror global models like Singapore's, Temasek, Malaysia, Kazina. He said, adding that good governance will be critical because these are best practices they want to model. And they started off by, instead of allowing their minerals to go through another country that have complete control over it, they decided to build a 600-mile railroad to their own port. This is intentional, Dr. Peabody.
Again, I think leadership is important. Good governance is important. And these people are not looking at one side. They are looking at all. They demonstrated, Reverend Croix is a pastor. The Bible says where there is no vision, the people perish. The fact here is these people are not just looking at Liberia because it could fail. What if negotiation with Liberia have failed? What other means they would have had? So the first thing is to put country first. They said we don't have to do that. We don't have to depend on Liberia. We can find another way in doing this, another way in getting our minerals and other things out of here. And they were able to sit down and put together a plan that make Liberia insignificant, that we don't need you guys. We don't need your port. We have come up with a plan that we can go by, and that demonstrates the kind of leadership that you have in that country. We don't have that kind of leadership here. We don't have that kind of vision here. People do make budget. The first thing their vision is for themselves. That budget, what am I going to get in it? And that's why you see the feud going on today with a criminal like Prince Myean and trying to engage honorability and stuff like that. But the fact is, these people put leadership. They put the leadership. The leader put the country first. And Guinea now is going to become one of the fastest growing economy right down there in the Manariwa Union area. The economy is going to be one of the fastest growing. Like Nagbe said, the Americans, the Chinese, and everybody is right there. What happened that we could not negotiate with these people because we would have gotten a great a life benefit here? What did the negotiation for? Why did it go down? Why did Guinea say, hey, we don't care. Let Liberia go ahead and do what they want to do? We don't want change in our country. We don't see our country changing for the best. That's why you have one of the highest unemployment rate in our country. We're not trying to create public sector jobs. All the other people is public sector, government. Everybody trying to hold something for themselves, but they don't want to share the wealth. Don't want other people benefit And that's how we see other countries. We are the least country in that region. Sierra Leone is making headway. Guinea is making headway. Ivory Coast, the way up there, and we are the least in that region. Every day we are fighting, or we can't even negotiate a good agreement, concession agreement for our people to benefit. Look at the Metal Steel deal. Look at the Ivanhoe or whatever you call them, the deal. Nothing really that will benefit, that will bring substantial job, that will contribute immensely to our budgetary allocation out of that. Nothing. All we are thinking on is by ourselves. So we see the perishing of the people because the leaders lack the vision.
Wow. Mr. Kromah, Reverend Kromah, before I go to find out, because I know she and I love, look, what is happening in Guinea, okay? We had the former Kenyan ambassador to the United Nations. His wife came to speak at one of my events, and she talked about what France did to Guinea under Secretary when he decided they wanted independence and wanted the French out. They said the French deliberately pour cement into their sewage system, into the water system, into everything that they invested, and basically blew them up, left them to be destitute. And Guinea is now becoming the phoenix of Africa. They have risen from the ashes. They have shaken off that colonial stench. You are talking about us rewriting our Constitution, but you are here in Boston, and you say we have to rise up. How do you, as a visionary, help in the process?
Well, for me, one of the things I look at from my background, my perspective, the greatest wealth we have is not what's buried underground. Human beings are made in the image of God Almighty, and the greatest wealth we have is the minds of the people. And to actually advance a country, you have to focus on education. If you have quality education and plan well, you can have people to be liberated in the mind. And the mineral, all those stuff underground, I think can wait. Because if you are liberated, if you are educated, I think that's the key. In African nations, most of the time we focus on the investment, digging the iron ore and shipping it out. But when you ship the iron ore out, like in Liberia now, somebody talk about bombing hills and bombing holes, Lamco, etc. If you start any serious investment, the engineers you need will have to be imported from abroad. The budget, as you said, the budget is set up in a way that the Constitution has given the politicians the power to allocate funds the way they want. It's not a participatory budgeting. They don't even know anything about that. The budget is from up to down. They can cut it and slice it any way they can. Those things, once you get started in those directions, in the next 100 years when the mines are depleted, what do you have for the people? So I believe first investing in the mines, and you ask how do we do it when I'm sitting here in Boston. I'm going to Monrovia in 2 weeks. We'll open an office in Monrovia, and we'll have the people to start joining the movement. It's a movement of the people, and we're not even looking at the education level right now to say, oh, you're not educated, so you can't be part of the change. In Massachusetts, we have participatory democracy where the people can make laws also. In Arizona, the people decide the salary of their elected officials is $24,000 across the board. If you don't like it, you don't go there. And so we need to bring these things to bear. And the constitution thing we're talking about, we're not waiting for President Boyka or a political party. I'm not a part of a political party. It's just bringing ordinary people together to say, the Constitution says all power is inherent in the people. You have the power. And for you to exercise the power, you need to come together and decide. For example, if a particular line item that you don't like in the budget. If you want to have participatory budgeting, for example, you come up and say, this is what you want. If you can bring enough people together to create this awareness and education that you are entitled to the sovereignty of this nation. It's not for politicians. It's a government of the people, by the people and for the people. And whether you are educated or not, you are the people. So that's how we are trying to bring people together. And you have to be part of that.
Great. Fanta, before I come to you, I want to read what you mentioned. It says here, this was written yesterday. Across Liberia, thousands of women are quietly battling a wave of emotional distress.
Wait, before you do that, can you post that picture? Because the audience needs to understand what this means. Mr. Gayman, please do that. Please.
Yes, Myean, if you are there, you need to post this picture. This picture needs to be posted. I will send it to you. But this is a woman who may be in her 40s or late 50s, but she looks like she's 100 years old. This is what this study is talking about. It says thousands of women are quietly battling a wave of emotional distress that experts say is now one of the country's most urgent but unseen public health crises. A recent State of the World Emotional Health Report ranks Liberia among the world's top 10 countries for worry and sadness, placing it along the post-conflict nations like Sierra Leone and Chad. Women globally report higher levels of sadness, worry, pain, and stress than men, a gap that experts say widened during the Liberian Civil War, Ebola crisis, and COVID-19 pandemic. But in Liberia, where poverty, trauma, and unstable livelihood current, experts says the gap is a chasm, is a gulf between human beings. Liberia is a sad state. So here we are. Before we go there, let us give kudos to the young men and women in Guinea who have figured this thing out. And they are not just crying, but they have done something about it. For you to see that a young country like Guinea that we used to make fun of, to have now shot up to the front of the line in technology, in education, in thinking, and overall vision. We have to give them the flowers before we move on to our sadness in Liberia. Fanta, let's give kudos to our brothers and sisters in Guinea. What they are doing is unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to do that. Look, Guinea is not completely free from the colonial clause, right? But when something good has come out of their recent transformation, I think we have to applaud it. It is absolutely crucial that we applaud it, because sometimes we remove ourselves from being brothers and sisters of other African nations. And, you know, I jokingly say at times, or we jokingly say in Liberia, that Liberians are very racist, right? You have the white man, black man, you have Liberian man. And we always refer to the Guinea man as Guinea man, like what have you. But when you even look at our own economy, you have Fula Jallos like coming over and 1 week they're pushing wheelbarrow and selling bread, and the next day like they have their little Fula shop. So, and they like it's the same for Liberian youth, right? And I think it's so important that once again that we're activated as a people and we start to pay attention to the trend that's happening across Africa. So there are two trends happening. For the nations such as Rwanda and Botswana, the ones who get it, you see this trajectory of growth happening. They're very serious about their development. They're making the right decisions. They're electing the right leaders, and they're making the right decisions to move their countries forward. You see countries such as even the Ivory Coast or Cameroon or Tanzania and Kenya, where there is an uprising happening. They're calling it a Gen Z protest, right? We are seeing it sweeping across Africa. And those two pictures are very, very distinct, and they're very important. The one says if we're activated as a people, as a youth, we will do the right thing and elect the right leaders to take us forward. The other says that these countries have refused to let go of those colonial ties, and therefore the leaders in those countries continue to serve their masters and prioritize the interests of their masters over the people. So the youth are absolutely fed up with those systems, and they're not just taking to the streets, but they're calling for a complete turnover. We saw this in Madagascar. I mean, it's happening. So Liberia is no different. Liberia is no different. And if we do not very soon turn the leaf to where we can activate ourselves and get some census and elect the right leaders, Liberia too will be in chaos very soon. I'm not wishing for it, but that is just the reality of where we are. Now, the Guineans are on the other end, right? They are finally getting it. The youth are activated. And you see the same thing with the Sahel states, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. They kicked out their colonial masters, and everyone thought they were going to fail, including ECOWAS, which is probably a different story for another day, because ECOWAS does not serve the interests of the West African states. It too, the militaries of ECOWAS serve their masters.
Useless.
That is a story for another day. But to the point where when the Sahel states, right, suggested that we're going to be sovereign nations, they turn off their electricity. So the patients who are in their hospitals, because Nigeria, to be very specific, at the head of the ECOWAS, turn off electricities to these countries. So you are willing to kill other Africans to continue to be continue to be like a slave to your masters, right? So if Liberia doesn't do the right thing and understand that this transformation that we're aspiring to is not impossible, right? Look at Guinea, it can happen, and really make that shift. We're going to continue to find ourselves in this moment. Look, Ethiopia just did the same thing. For over, I think, 13 years, they were begging the IMF, the World Bank, the Western banks to fund their hydro dam. They said no. In fact, they wanted to control it. And that was the concession they put on if they were going to give them loan. If we'll give you this money, of course, we have to maintain control over you. And they said, no, you for 13 years, they raised the money organically within their country, within Ethiopia, even civil servants making like $100. Even the farmers donated. They created citizen bonds and raised that money, $5 billion, to build a hydro dam that has the capacity of nearly 6 megawatts. It's not impossible. The Sahel states have just established the Sahel Development Bank. We're talking about the Samadou project, like in Guinea. Sahel state did this in May. Ethiopia did this, right? Was contributing like towards that project for 13 years because they said, no, we will not allow these colonial powers to continue to control our sovereignty. So why Liberia cannot do it? It is baffling. It is absolutely baffling. And it's only because we have complete idiots pretending to be leaders and swaying our country in the very wrong direction. It's like literally they're seeing a wall and they're driving the car and they are hitting the wall with a bunch of Liberians in it every single time. Look, I want to touch on like a few things. Mr. Kromah mentioned something about education, and listening to him just truly activated a part of my brain, like the historical part. We cannot expect different actions. We cannot expect different actions when our education systems, the education materials that we use to educate our people are colonial materials. They teach them colonial systems. Their heroes are colonial heroes. I hope you understand. Africa, Liberians needs to be re-educated. To have Liberian heroes. To have the African narrative. Until that mindset that we're talking about, the education system that we're talking about, it's not just about putting up fancy buildings. Africans needs to be re-educated. We cannot expect to do away with the slave mentality. If all we've known on paper and everything they have told us, which has been intentional via Western hegemony, our culture, our food, our heroes, everything we deem to be inspirational, motivational, we aspire to is outside of Africa because our education is colonial. Mali just banned France history in their school. You know why? You know their reason for doing that? Why would we continue to propagate French history in Mali? Does France propagate Malian history in France? So why would Mali propagate France history in Mali? Why would Liberia propagate American history in the Liberian classrooms? Does America propagate Liberia history in the American classrooms? They do not. I'll tell you for free. So how do we play this mental chess? Because right now we're playing to lose. And until we re-educate ourselves away from those colonial ideas, we will continue to act as slaves.
Wow. Let me welcome Sarah. Sarah, welcome to the show. It's been a while.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to the panelists on here. Thank you to our viewers. And thank you, Mr. Gayman. You've been doing great. I've been following the show. Sometimes the other day I was crying that you alone were all and nobody else was here with you.
Listen, we are warriors.
Well, you've been doing good. I just want to say thank you. And thank you to our sister on here. She's really fiery. All of the things she's saying, I've just concurred with it. I'm following the show. Yeah.
Fanta.
It just warms my heart.
Fanta and Krua and Victor and Dr. Peabody and Sarah, we all have to be on the ground.
Yeah.
Like the badger would say to the eagles, you can fly high, you can fly long, you can fly however way you want, as long as you don't come down on the ground, you will not be fed. You can fly. The eagle, to eat it, has to come and grab something from the ground, then fly.
Yeah.
We can talk all we want to talk. We have to be on the ground to effect change. Let's talk about the most disgraceful thing I read.
Let me just make a quick point with regards to what our sister was saying. I mean, it's about time that we open our eyes to these things. Our country is falling behind. Look at, like you guys were discussing Guinea. I mean, something has to wake up in our brain to tell us, to communicate with us that we are falling behind. People are making very, very sound decisions for their nations. And it's about time. It's about time that we do the same. We cannot afford to continue this thing we're on year in, year out. We bring in leaders that are not doing the right thing. They're not taking the right decision for our country. And at the end of the day, we fall behind with like the statistics you are talking about. The amount of Liberians that are stressed. All of these things kill our people. I was on a prayer line with one of our brothers this morning, and he was telling us to pray for him and his family because it's nothing but stress they go through every day. And they're from Liberia. They were on the line from Liberia. My heart just broke for that family. So, Mr. Gayman, I'm telling you, we need to wake up. Our government needs to wake up. Our people need to wake up. The light bulb has to come on. We're falling behind.
No.
Yeah, and
real quick, I'm coming find out. I want to quote Dr. Moniba, right? And I think it was Johnny that said it. Liberia is behind the countries that are behind. So we are fighting to be behind. We have not progressed to be behind.
We are behind.
Yeah, we are behind those who are behind. So we had to fight to be behind. We have not reached being behind yet. We are behind those countries that are behind.
It's really sad. It really sad.
Fanta, you were in flight. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just actually shared the photo, and I'm gonna touch on that, and then touch on something that is just so despicable. 600,000 Liberians is not a pin drop. We're a nation of 5+ million. 600,000 plus Liberians. The ones who they have counted is 600,000. The ones who are in the remote villages, they haven't even reached.
Nope.
We're talking about an epidemic that could be in the millions of Liberians experiencing worry and emotional distress just over them not being able to feed their families. Wake up in the morning, family has 1 cup of rice. Most families ration their meals. That 1 cup of rice, they will cook it and the parents will just drink water. They will give that rice like to the kids to eat it. What type of people have we become when we allocate only $13 million for agriculture, but 151 for security? Who are you building prisons for? Who are you trying to keep secure? So you're building the prisons to put the hungry people in the prisons. Who are you going to be protecting? The 1%? The elite? Because those are the only people who care about security, when what they should really be caring about is passing their neighbors on the way to their mansions who haven't eaten or had anything to eat sometime for days. Liberia, like, I really want Liberians to think about that. And so when you look at these numbers, they're staggering. 600,000 up to 1 million Liberians. Liberia ranked 3rd in the entire world for worry and sadness, and it's killing our people. There are more, these are more people than the people who were killed in the war. 250,000+ compared to 600,000+ to 1 million people. What have we become? And you know the other sad part of this, because for me, I love to quantify things. I think it helps to really drive the impact. I found out that there are only 11 psychiatrists in the entire country to the 5+ million people. 11 psychiatrists. Where are the mental health professionals? Why are they not angry about this? Where are their voices? Because I don't hear a pin. Where are they? This is not normal. We cannot normalize bad behaviors. These leaders will then, what you know do, man? That thing I just worry and sadness. They will not do nothing. That Liberia, they will not care about worry and sadness. No, we must reject that and say, no, you should care. You should care, because the reason why they're worried and they're sad is because they don't have food to eat. Liberia is not a dry land. Liberia is one of the most fertile lands in the world. We still have hundreds of thousands of arable land. Liberia can grow its food. The excuse of, we probably don't have the right rice seeds. You know what? Let's fix that. Because the rice that Liberia grows today is the Swakoko 8. It yields per acre, I believe, about 2 to 3 tons. How about we actually get a rice variety that can yield 7 to 10 tons? You tell me it's impossible? Minister of Agriculture, I'll tell you where to find it. Go to Sierra Leone. Please go to Ghana. Go to Nigeria. You can find it. It's there. And our neighbors are growing it. Why would you deprive your people of organic food that can be produced right in their backyards? Only because you are wicked. No other reason. The other despicable thing that I just came across, not only
can I interrupt you for a second, Fanta? Before you continue, just look at the budget, what they put in there for agriculture, just the budget.
I'm coming. Give me 1 minute. Our guest has an emergency. He has to leave. Mr. Krua, give us your parting comments so you can leave. I know they just informed me you got an emergency.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm honored to be here, and I hope, God willing, I'll be back. What I have to say is, for my perspective,
not to cut you off, but I heard that before from Liberia. One Liberian leader, God's willing, I will be back.
No, you messed up, baby.
I'm just a student of history. I want to make sure that you come back.
I will come back, God willing, yes. But from my side of the thing, as an entrepreneur, Liberian, I look at it to focus first on the mind. Like I said earlier, the greatest resource is not diamond, gold. Those things can be depleted, but the mind, that's the first thing. And when it comes to the governance system in the country, I look at the Constitution, because that's what a few days ago, the president, when they're talking about Epstein files, he said he was not in favor, it was a hoax. But when the people pressed their representative and their representative voted, he was forced to draw online, to get online. And so what I think is, it's extremely important for us to think to think about our Constitution. And as my sister was saying, it's extremely important, not just the Constitution, but also the history and the teaching. I, as a grown man, went to school in Liberia and did not know at all that the ACS was not the entity that established this country. It was hidden from us. And so to close, what I want to leave is to build a skyscraper. I work in all the African countries except South Africa, Namibia, Egypt, and Uganda. Those are the only countries I didn't go. I stayed so many, time in the rest of the other countries. And I know the condition in those countries. If you want to build a skyscraper, it's a spot to begin. The place to begin a skyscraper has never been the foundation. If you start building a skyscraper on the foundation, you miss the boat. The skyscraper begins with the blueprint. That's how you build a skyscraper. You start with the blueprint and the vision. If you don't have the right blueprint, or if somebody else has another blueprint, it becomes a problem. That's the problem we have in Liberia from my perspective. Because for me to discover that, number one, our country was founded by 2 laws passed by the United States Congress that I didn't know about, that, all of these things that even it's that the ACS was declared null and void. All of these things, we need to open our eyes and talk about the blueprint. But who is going to be responsible for making a blueprint for a country? It has to be the people. If it is a democracy, it has to be the people. So we have to try to organize the people to believe how other places came together. We, the people, to have a constitution that that empowers the people. Because when you have the politicians drafting constitution, they draft it for themselves. They are doing the things they do because that's what is legal in the country. And so if we continue to say, well, it's the leaders, we move the leaders and bring other leaders, we keep the same old system and the same old blueprint, the same old constitution, I think we will be in the same spot for a very long time. I want to leave by by saying, for us at the Free Liberia Movement, we want to look at the blueprint, which is the Constitution, a new Constitution by the people that empowers the people, and then look for equal opportunities for all. If we have dual citizenship, if we have all these privileges, why should only the top officials benefit and then the rest of the people don't? So when you empower the people, then the people will be able to focus on the blueprint, which is a new constitution, and the constitution will dictate what happens in the country. I want to thank you so much, and I'll be back for us to talk. I like all of the engagement so far. If I resolve my problem a little bit faster, can I come back?
Yes, please come back.
Thank
God
you.
bless. Thank you very much. Very, very educational. Fanta, let me start with you, then I will go to Sarah. One of the ammunition that they have used against us is illiteracy, right? Deny education, our illiteracy rate is so high. And then when I was digging through the research and found out that Liberia's Irish IQ is 45.07. So the politicians have done a damn good job. Suppress, uneducate those who can read. And the more gullible they are, the longer you can be around. For 9 years in the Senate, one person, a whole decade. And the stupidest thing I ever saw is if the citizen rose up and want to do a recall, the recall has to be submitted to them and they have to vote on it. What a foolishness that is. So I agree with Honorable Kromah. The Constitution, which is the blueprint, needs to be, it actually need to be decimated and rewritten, because as it is skewed against us so much. Look at what I was just reading, and Mr. Simeon Freeman just alluded to it. You give $51 million to the Department of Education, but $40 million go to salaries and perks. Curriculum development, $20,000. Curriculum development for the entire nation, $20,000. And you want us to cheer. let me go to Victor. Victor, you the teacher here. You know much more. Everybody here, you guys are all teachers, but talk to me because you are in the classroom directly now. How important is curriculum development?
So $20,000 probably would not cover a district curriculum over the summer. That's something the teachers here do all the time. Those who teach bio will get together. Those who teach, chem, that kind of thing. And $20,000 will not cut it. I can tell you that. But I think it's just a piece of the problem that we have in Liberia, and I'm listening to all my colleagues making their contributions. Look, it all boils down to leadership. I think we're talking about Guinea and what is happening is Sahel region, and what the people are doing, Ethiopia and all these people. Well, Ethiopia said, you know what, to whatever with the World Bank and all these people, and we will tie our belts and tough it out. And they did it for 13 years. And this is my disappointment that I had with the immediate past president. He came in with such goodwill, even Madam President Ellen Johnson, so much goodwill towards her. The international community was practically throwing money at her. First democratically elected president. But they squander all of that responsibility,
there goes that word again, squander.
There goes that word again. But I tell you this, Jerome, when you come into office as a populist president, you have a lot of political capital that you can use to drive through some of the most difficult decisions. And you still have some of the citizens follow you. President Weah is very popular. I like him a lot. But I think it was a missed opportunity for the country. He could have done a lot, which I think he failed to do. But, to come back to the question, I think really it requires the leadership that will galvanize the people, the will to do and take the hard decisions. Right now, the problem we have in Liberia, they're entrenched, they're chronic. And you know what it says about chronic soul and all of that. They require very, 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 very strong medicine. They require strong medicine, Look.
Strong medicine, yeah.
Let me give you an example here, and we talked about this at length. When Donald Trump came in and he abruptly closed down USAID, right? How much USAID supported Liberia in the budget. You talk about donors dependent, economy, Liberia being at the top there. We also thought it was an opportunity for this current government to use it as an excuse to tighten the belts, impose a moratorium, take some of the hard decisions. He had the best excuse in the world. What did he do? He cut a few gallons here and there, bring in, if you're getting 500 gallons, okay, maybe you can now get 250 and that kind of thing. You understand me? Infinitesimal. That's how we, and now we're casting a budget that is practically almost 20% or 25% of it is dependent on a one-time windfall. You should look at the forecast for the next year and the next 2 years. There is a precipitous drop because we got to pay this year, and now we're increasing everything except, of course, health got less than 1%. And you're talking about education here. But this is the problem we have. We have the guys who are leading us who practically have their heads buried in the sand. And other countries are you talk about Guinea. Other countries are moving past us, at breakneck speed, and we're actually pedaling backwards. We need a leader. We need a leader who will help us make the hard calls that are necessary for this country to turn things around. It's not going to happen from the legislature, like you alluded to, Jerome. Well, we got to go back them to record them. How does that happen?
Yeah. Let me tell you how terrible it has gotten, right? And if like to our audience, if you weren't listening before or you were just lazily listening, I think you should pay attention. When I say that this government fiscal policy is concession centric and is foreign centric, it is beyond that. Because today they held a meeting at the IMCC. If you're not familiar with what the IMCC is the Interministerial Concession Committee. It consists of the Ministry of Finance. It consists of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Justice. It consists of Transport Ministry. It consists of the LRA. It consists of the Ministry, the Ministry of State, or we can say like the Foreign Ministry. They had a meeting today. After those who are familiar, the very Zoom lion that came to Liberia years ago and bribed the sitting government, Mary Bra, and the government of Liberia, Abdullah Sharif, and them and all of that, to be awarded the waste management contract. And the World Bank found them guilty of that corruption. The World Bank banned them. So this is not a hearsay. This is not a, oh, maybe it didn't happen. This is not an accusation. I mean, I have spoken about this so lengthily. All you need to do is just do a simple research. Zoom Lion, World Bank, corruption ban. It's still on the World Bank website today. The government of Liberia is still considering Zoom Lion for this contract. Today, they had a meeting at the IMCC with representatives from all of these entities, including the PPCC. This meeting also had the mayor of Monrovia, so John Sharuk. It also had Robert Bestman, the mayor of Pinsville. And it is so disgusting to know that Jeremiah Kuhn, the current VP, the transport minister, Shirley Tyler, Senator Alex Tyler, right, are actively pushing for Zoom Lion to still be awarded this contract. This contract, let me remind you, is a 20 years contract. Once again, going back to the concession-centric policies. It's a 20-year waste management contract that could employ up to 200,000 Liberians and create literally Liberian millionaires. They're advocating for a company, for a government that prides itself of fighting corruption. They're advocating. The president of Liberia's son, Jojo, along with VP Jeremiah Kuhn, the mayor of Monrovia, John Sharuk Safa, mayor of Pinsville, Robert Bestman, Minister of Finance, Minister of Internal Affairs, Minister of Transport, Minister of State, the LRA representative, and the PPCC that is supposed to be protecting Liberians are all actively advocating that Zoom Lion gets this contract. If you have taken the oil, given it to Total and Chevron and what have you, you have taken the iron ores, right? You have taking the gold, the diamond, the other resources, giving it to companies like Western Cluster, Beer Mountain, who annually, I heard the mention earlier of, I think, 600 million. Beer Mountain, Western Cluster, these companies takes nearly $2 billion worth of resources every year from Liberia. It's not enough that you will auction our minerals, but now even the trash, Liberian companies or Liberians are incapable of picking up their own trash. This contract is worth $200 million. It's a 20-year contract. Once again, a concession. You're going to make trash a concession contract and give it to the very corrupt Zoom Lion that was once banned by the World Bank for corruption, for paying Liberian officials bribe to be awarded contract? I will repeat their name: Jeremiah Kuhn, Jojo, the vice president's son. I mean, the president's son. So the president is absolutely aware. Boyka is aware. And they are actively today, there are 2 companies left. They're actively lobbying. Senator Alex Tyler actively lobbying for Zoom Lion to get this contract, because you know why? Zoom Lion has bribed all of them. And I welcome them to sue me. I welcome them even thinking to challenge what I am saying here today. I want them to challenge it. And I even challenge them. Mayor John Sharuk, Monrovia City Mayor, Mayor Robert Bestman, Jeremiah Kuhn, Jojo, Minister of Finance, Minister of Internal Affairs, Minister of Transport, LRA representative, PPCC, please come to the media and let them hear your side of the story. Tell them that Fanta Kamara is lying. I welcome that from you. 200,000 jobs that could be created right here at home. Zoomlion was recently kicked out of Ghana by President Mahama. We talk about leadership. Zoomlion was kicked out of Ghana because they treated their workers like slaves and they were incapable of collecting trash in their own country. But they look at Liberia and they say, let's go to those mumu. We can just put something like in their pocket. How greedy can you be? How greedy can you be if you're going to be corrupt, if you're going to be prostitutes of corruption? Can you at least raise your value? How much are you prostituting yourself for? Pennies on the dollar. Because I'm sure Zoomlion is not giving you like $10 million each, Jeremiah Kuhn. But you tell Liberians that they cannot even pick up their own trash. And then they want to claim that they're partnering with a Liberian company called EcoGreen. When the EcoGreen ever did trash in Liberia, I would know because I'm an SME in the waste management space. Nobody can tell me about waste management in Liberia. And for those who will say, she's just upset because they're not giving it to her company. I never bid it. I'm using my experience, my knowledge, and my passion to drive a message that Liberians should be prioritized. I'm advocating for this country because I love my country. And that is simply my reason here, nothing else.
Well,
so if we are not upset about this,
let me as you said, people will say that because you had an interest in this, that's why you're advocating. How will you respond to your critics?
I just told you, I never even bid it. I have no interest in it. My interest is Liberia first. That is my interest. My interest is that if you pride yourself on ridding your entities of corruption, why would you even consider a corrupt company that has been blatantly prosecuted for corruption? It's not Fanta Kamara who said so. Google it. Don't be lazy. Google Zoomlion corruption. It's on the internet.
What is JoJo's role in this? What is the position?
Kickbacks.
Mm-hmm.
He's leveraging his father presidency to get as much kickbacks as he can.
Yeah.
That's it. Monetary. Jeremiah Kuhn, I said it.
You remember during the visit during the campaign, Honorable Cummings was in Ghana to meet with President Boakai, and we had Costa and everybody were naming those that were on that trip. And Honorable Cummings says it was Joseph Boakai and his son, Jojo, and he was making the demand, something like 30 million or something like that. So what I'm saying, what I'm hearing, what I'm saying here is, I think Fanta and Mr. Krua has a point. As long as a system of this magnitude that have been cast upon us, it's like our feet are cast in cement until we can do so. I remember doing the weird turn when Towe and the other folks were fighting against HPX. They were summoned to Langley. Everybody can remember that photo with the president and the finance minister and Fonati Kofa, other than coming to Langley, to the CIA headquarters in Virginia. This is what we are talking about. We are now basically an independent nation. Every step, every decision made, because there is no way, and I said this at the U.S. Embassy, there is no way the U.S. will allow a country that has no running water, has no utility, has nothing, to spend 80% of its total budget on salaries and perks, and they allow that to happen. It has to be a deliberate attempt to keep the people uneducated because there's no money going to education, there's no money going to healthcare, there's no money going anywhere except to the top 1% in the legislative body, in the judiciary, and in the executive. Nothing else. Today, my own bastard brother, I was shocked. Edwin Snow on OKFM talking about why Fanta was confirmed, that some people had, America has something on other people's head, hanging over their head. Other people have the relative, the one Joseph Waka appointing. Some people had their friends coming to confirmation hearing. So you have to take the whole thing in totality. That's why this girl was confirmed.
Oh, so he was defending her confirmation?
Confirmation, that's correct.
Even though she lied on her oath?
Look, it is mind-boggling. So this man is saying the holding thing over other people's head. Other people got a family member going to be appointed by Joseph Boakai. Some people on their way to confirmation. So, you know, we do this, we do that. And I'm saying to myself, this is the country that have been bequeathed. Now, Sarah, let me come to you. You the health person here. This is from Mercy Sankey. She said, I can't sleep when I don't have my children's school fees and no food for them to eat, she said. Sometimes I take tablet to rest my mind.
Amen.
The doctor say if I keep worrying, I could fall on the street and die. I guess that's what she meant. Nearby Myean, a grandmother who had cracked stone for 9 years, says her only wish is to start thinking. Sometimes my head hurts so much from worry, she said. I ask God to help me leave this rock field one day. My only dream is to pray that God is going to make a way for me to leave this rock thing one day. For 9 years, she said her hands all blistered.
Amen. Mr. Gayman? Wait, where are you getting those quotes from, Mr. Gayman?
I
do my
in the article. You need to share, yeah.
Oh,
you need to share the article.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Douglas said, maybe I'm just a better storyteller, but it's right there.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, I mean, it's just extremely sad. It's just extremely sad. Imagine our dads, our moms grew up in this level of poverty. They had us, and the generation today going through the same thing. What will happen to the next generation? You feel me? So it's just so sad. It's just so sad. If something is not done, but then the thing is, when we come on these shows to talk for some of them, they come on the same show under the comment section and start insulting us. Okay? They curse us out. They say a whole bunch of stuff without knowing that we are saying these things for their own good. But this is extremely sad. A lot of families are going through this. A lot of families. Like I was just saying about the brother this morning. People are stressed in our country. People are stressed. No food, no money, no nothing. And you have a so-called $1.2 billion budget that the people are passing all around, we're celebrating, and nothing there for the civilians. When I went to Turkey, somebody came on my, oh, you are ignorant about budget. You don't know anything about budget. Really? If you would know about budget, why is it our people are not benefiting from some of these things? Why are they not benefiting from it? What's there? You harmonize my vote, I will harmonize you harmonize my pay, I will harmonize your vote. This was the song during the election. What is there for the people that you took advantage of their votes? It's sad. It's extremely sad. What can we do? What can we do? Our people need to rise up to the occasion. We will talk from now to Judgment Day. If these people don't stand up, if they don't stand up, we will continue to talk here and nothing will happen. I'm sorry. Nothing will happen.
Well,
Our people need to rise up to the occasion.
and that's why people are talking about the third lane, because you know what? We've had two governments. We've had CDC, we have the Unity Party, and it was all going back and forth at each other. I think there should be a third lane now. There should be an alternative for somebody who can really come in and make this different for the Liberian.
Absolutely.
Because
I mean, the choice is for the Liberian people to make. That's
what we're seeing here is the same old thing. What we're seeing here is one person pointing finger, another person pointing finger, another person lie on an oath, another person referring to previous government, they lie on an oath. You know, I was talking with somebody today, and we're talking about the very Fatima case. Then the person said, what about the former central bank governor who lied about his age when he went to so, you know, a Tala, who lied about his age, and still they confirm him. So the thing is, we have not seen the solution. You know, we just going back and forth, you know, and I think what Liberia need now is a real channeling. We really need an option, because we have seen the two past administration, they have had problems. They're not folks to depend on. Look at what they're talking about. This Fatima is talking about this new contract. You got the president's son in the middle.
Oh yeah,
who is using his dad, you know, big boy, and they are getting thousands and millions of dollars. These kids are having a luxurious parties.
We are hearing the Billy are buying hotels in Ghana.
Yes,
investing money all over the place.
You saw
our people are suffering.
You saw the luxury party he had with these girls on an expensive yacht. Why the people are suffering? Fanta, here it says here the government has allocated, budgeted in the 2025 budget for mental health $400,000. But that $400,000 is contingent on if Meta still gave her money. And it is to construct, furnish, fully equipped, and build a psychiatric hospital and rehabilitation center. Now you tell me.
The people don't even
I mean, these people just think the Liberian people are so gullible. Can you imagine this man saying they should build, they should purchase land, construct, furnish, fully equipped, a referral psychiatric hospital with rehabilitation center to address medical and psychosocial needs of mental health cases, and serve as a major mental health referral center for the entire Liberia. Listen, I mean, $400,000, that is not even there, but it's contingent on if Meta Steel gave their share of the money. So if they don't, if Meta Steel, something happened to Meta Steel, we are done. Just like you were saying, everything about Liberia is never internal, right? It's external. It's either somebody giving it to us, somebody going to teach us the history, somebody going to write a book, somebody going to do this. It's all about the dependency. Your take on this huge psychiatric center for $400,000.
Look, you can just solve this problem by giving the waste contract to, look, I'm not even against giving it to a foreign company who is willing to work with a legitimate Liberian company and have and give them a significant amount of equity, right? And have people who actually understand what they're doing in the waste sector to create jobs for the people, because that's what it boils down to. If you can't find means to feed your family, you resort to things like Boston Rock. Young girls resort to prostitution. Our young boys resort to drugs. With all of these things are rots in our society. They're rots within our society.
Yeah, but Fanta, this entity. This is a mother here. Now, real quick, you're talking about the drug issue. This mother said now she has resorted to taking tablet, which is another form of addiction.
It's medication, right?
To mask.
Yeah, to mask the pain, And that's absolutely correct, because oftentimes we talk about drug and addiction. We understand it in the sense of illicit drugs, right? Heroin, cocaine, marijuana is probably on that list. But taking even prescribed medication just to mask a pain, it's a form of drug addiction. And you can't solve it by locking people away in crazy camps. You solve it by giving them hope, giving them the opportunity to restore their dignity, to restore their humanity. How do you do that? You give them the opportunity to work, to earn an honest income. The way you do that is identify avenues that are job generating and prioritize Liberians for those jobs. You can't tell me, I keep coming back to this because it's the least of the least. You can't say you need a PhD to sweep the streets of Monrovia or the streets of Painesville. I reject that. You can't tell me that. You think Myean bossing rock, how much does she earn like a month? Maybe $50, maybe $20, maybe even $25 if she's lucky. You don't think with this $200 million contract you're gonna give to Zoom Lion, where you could employ 200,000 Liberians, you could pay Myean $150 like a month, where she doesn't have to be in the rock crushing field? She can be responsible to clean her community. Look, when I was in the industry, this is what we did. When we got to a community, we employ people from that community. So where like a person like Myean would have to go on the rock crushing field, we said, no, Myean, sit down to your heart. Just watch just a waste bin. Make sure nobody put waste on the ground. And she was getting paid. That's what we did. So it's not an elaborate solution. Look, we keep saying, oh, what are we going to do? This is what we can do. Practical solutions. We don't need fancy solutions. These are not critical, complex problems. We perceive them as that. And so we scratch our head. Oh my gosh, what do we do? It's simple. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Look, Liberia generates upward 1,200 tons of waste, I believe, like daily. There are incinerators. The way Singapore solved their waste problem, they incinerate the the waste that cannot go to the field, so they don't overwhelm their landfills. They incinerated them. So those hard, like maybe hard plastics or like what have you that cannot be recycled, they burn them. That's what I mean by incineration. How much is an incineration equipment today? 10,000, less than that even in China. The city of Painesville, their 2025 budget was around like $1.something million. Granted, it's not enough, but you're telling me you and Monrovia generate 1,200 tons of waste every day. These machines, one incinerator, say on a smaller scale, incinerates up to 300 tons daily. You telling me you cannot find 50,000 in your budget? Of that 1.something million, you can't find 50,000 to buy 5 incinerators, each having a capacity of 300 tons to incinerate daily. You don't have a collection problem, or you don't have a disposal problem, because then you can incinerate about 30% of the waste that is generated in Liberia, because you know what? 70% of the waste is organic. That plum dead, that potato green stem, that cassava leaf dead, that it is organic. Means that you set it down, you can turn it into fertilizers. It will melt. It goes right back into the soil. We can create a whole nother industry for fertilizers for the farmers.
So true.
What are we doing? Why do we keep like making this as if to say they're impossible problems to solve? You create direct impact, socioeconomic impact overnight.
Well,
I can do it.
thing here is,
Yes, go ahead.
do we really, I mean, our leaders, do they really sit down and think and identify the priorities that our country really needs? Do they really do that?
This is why
priorities that the country needs?
This is why I'm telling you the most inept finance minister we ever had was Mr. Garguah. Honorable Nagbe, a few years ago, I took people from here from Waste Pro, and the manager from Waste Pro went with me to Liberia, and the title of her presentation here was, "I am here to talk trash." That was the title. I am here to talk trash. She said, "I'm a trash talker." And we were able to invite some of the lawmakers from Liberia here. They came to Florida to the headquarters, and we went through their processing plant. And they talk about the machine. The machine separates the different garbage, and they have one that all the cardboard, they put them together, they put them in a bill, and they put an iron around it. And he says, all of these are going to China to buy our trash. Then one end they have the glass, the other hand they have the people who are putting the plastic. And all of these things, he says, our trash, we bring in more money for our trash. She said, everything here is going to China, is buying our trash. Because they turn our trash into whatever it is they do with it. So these people came from Liberia, we brought them here, and I hosted them. And they went through a whole week of how trash is disposed of, how to build a waste management system. We showed, I mean, everything. And when they leave from here with all this, when they get to Liberia, it looked like their CPU goes blank. I don't know what to, my congressman Brian Max, the last time I said, man, at one time you were so gung-ho about Liberia. What's happening? The fires, you know. I told you as a congressman, to be honest with you, I have come to the conclusion that as long as that 20% go to the people, 80% go to the top to eat. There's nothing. You can put Fanta there, you can put Victor there, until that whole system is dismantled. That 20% cannot do anything for the Republic. It is serious.
Yeah. I think it was Cummins recently who kind of captured that. And I think he said eating the chick before the chicken or something like that. Well, yeah, but that's and again, I know I would sound like a broken record, but again, it comes right back to leadership, right? You got to have the leadership, that would take the bull by the horn, like they say, right? And set the development agenda and lead the charge, what you're describing there, that's one side of the situation. What Ms. Kamara is describing is another side of it, where your side is where people come over here to get trained, and you hope they will go back, and transfer the knowledge there to our people and, and keep the ball rolling. Or people like her, they take their own outfit here, do their own training on the ground, but they never get the financing, we'll rather give the money to foreigners because of the instant gratification of the brown envelopes that they'll pass out to us, and that is the major problem that's holding us back. I mean, all of us here have tried to go home and start something. There is always the usual question: what's in it for me? What's in it for me? Well, what about what is in it for the country? Love of country first, and that is our problem. I don't want to sound simplistic, but it is as simplistic as it is. You need the right kind of leadership that will set the agenda, set the tune, set the pace, and lead the charge. We don't have that. We never had it. We don't have it in the current leadership. It's not there.
It's calling them out.
It's like the rescue government is not even going by their agenda.
But
no.
That's all over the place with mispriorities.
No. Exactly.
Dr. Peabody.
Yeah, while you come here, let the guys check our Facebook. The page is acting up. I'm not sure if it is not me, but it looks like we're having problem with Facebook. But yeah.
Okay, well, why Dr. Peabody look our different.
Myean should be on it. Where's Myean? Myean, why are we?
Fanta, let's look at the foundation we're talking about. For instance, these salaries and perks, they have been codified. Honor Ellen, they made it a law, so it's written. For these things to be changed, the looters have to agree. They have to vote to repeal these laws. How do we go around it? Because they're not going to do it.
They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
I mean,
you're changing the constitution, so it's going to be difficult for them to do.
Oh yeah, but we got to do a referendum with the people power. Fanta, give us some ideas.
That's what I'm telling you. The people have to rise up. The people must stand up.
Yeah,
I'm not saying them will go take guns to shoot people. They need to rise up. We've seen other nations do that. They stand up for the people, for the country, for their right, and it happened for them. Our people have to stand up, Mr. Gayman. There's no other way around it. No other way. Politics aside, stand up for the nation, for our country. That's it. Or else we will talk for another judgment day. Nothing will be done.
I couldn't agree with
I'm telling you,
Miss Sarah Moore. Like this is not a time for throwing in the towel and postponing the resolve of today's problems tomorrow. Today's problems must be solved today. Today's problems cannot wait for tomorrow. Waiting for tomorrow, 600,000 Liberians will die before tomorrow comes around. So postponing it is not an option. Look, two things. And what we need right now, it's not just leadership, it's disruptive leadership. Any aspirant having a semblance of cuddling to the old, you will not be taken seriously. We need to disrupt the status quo. And we do that in two forms: by being absolutely principled in what we say we are and what we're going to do has to match. The other part of that is not postponing today's problems till tomorrow, which means the perpetrators must be called out. We always make this mistake. We say, oh, they're signing all these concessions, right? They're signing all these concessions. There's nothing we can do about it. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. You know what we can do about it? We can call out the names of the senators, the names of the House of Representatives.
Yep.
The representatives who are taking those kickbacks. We know them. We know them. Y'all know them. You people are journalists. You have access to those people. You know exactly who's taking those kickbacks. You know who's getting those brown envelopes. So the journalists are also, look, the journalists.
Everybody needs to play the part. Journalists, everybody.
Everybody. Look, for these concessions to pass, every lawmaker gets a brown paper.
Yep.
Unless the one who declines it. But every lawmaker gets a brown paper. The Speaker of the House is the chief brown paper issuer. The pro tem is the chief brown paper issuer for the Senate. Why are we acting like we don't know these people? Yombli Kanka is the pro tem. Right? Richard Kuhn is the Speaker of the House. We know that he's giving people money. We know that Joseph Baka is giving people
collaborators too. So obviously,
no envelope. So why are we not calling them out? Why are we not calling Senator Alex Taylor out, who is actively pushing the Zoom Lion deal? Why are we not calling out the representative who supported the transport deal? Why are we not calling these people out? We must shame them publicly.
You're talking
because
about.
we know that you guys and the public don't have the guts to do it, so they get away with it. We normalize this behavior. We should not normalize this.
The corruption King Kong, is that what you're talking about, Alex Tyler?
That's exactly who I'm talking about. So why are we not calling him out? Let's call them out by their names.
Well, I mean,
until they hear their names, they will say, They're not gonna do nothing, man. Those people are just foolish people, man. That Liberian people just getting smart and will just shut out our mouth. Look, we cannot continue to accept the real or be rubbed on our mouth. Then we sit down and we complain about things. I am not a complainer. I am a solution architect. I don't deal in elaborate solutions. I deal in practical, impactful solutions that are measurable. Excellent. And it doesn't take a scientist to figure that out.
Absolutely.
Yep. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
We're not on Facebook, Mr. Gayman.
Yes. Dr. Peabody is working on it.
We back on it. We back on it.
Okay.
Robert Garguah, welcome to the show. Today is fiery because it looks like we are getting sick and tired, or being sick and tired. And what I'm saying now is, when Musa Belete came to me and talked about what he wanted to do, my attraction to the guy is that he's very unorthodox. He says, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it. And when he showed me the blueprint, I had no choice but to say, you know what, I'm on board, let's go. So this is what we are talking. We are talking about somebody who is willing to disrupt the system, so much so that they went after him in Bon County. The pressure was so much that they had to do a 360. They turn around and say, you know what? Yes, you please help us build the bridge. This is the kind of disruption we are talking about.
I'm not cutting you off. I think, you know what I think about that? I think it's all politics. They did that because they didn't want to be seen by the people. By the people that they're rejecting. But it is not anything genuine.
But it's not going away. Victor, let me go to Robert Garguah. I think when Musa Belete began this stuff, people were taking it for a joke. But this man is so unorthodox that listen, he is scaring the pants out of folks. Excuse the language here. And this is the train that we are supposed to go. And you know, I will be on the grind in a few weeks. I am on board 100%. We're going to ride or die. That's my ride.
I got me here on your windshield, but
yes, we are talking about ride and die partner. Somebody who is willing to disrupt. This man has so much confidence in the Liberian people that he's willing to put his own assets there. He's willing to lose it all because he put his trust in the people. And I've never seen anything like that. In Liberia, the politicians call themselves talk and do. They talk a lot and do absolutely. This man is the do and talk. He does it and talk. So I am on board.
But Jerome, you know, it's good to be back on. Good to see everyone. Dr. Mr. Nagbe, Sarah, hello. Fatima, Fanta, hello. I like the fiery. I like the fact that Fanta is always firing, logically too. And I like the fact that you just referred to Mr. Your political leader as a disruptor. I agree. We need disruptors. We need people who are willing to just give it all. They're willing to lose it all. The question that I think now, as logical people, we must ask ourselves is, at what cost? At what cost? And I think that's a logical question. You know, each of us on this platform can be willing and ready to lose it all for our country. We can shame, and we can publicly shame and name folks who have done the system no good. We can do that from now to Judgment Day, and this is my humble opinion. If the Liberian people, if the bulk of the Liberian people, the people who have the power to really send a message of zero tolerance for the madness that we are talking about, corruption, lack of vision, talk and do nothing, lack of results. The House of Representatives and the Senate consists of 95% of what we're talking about, right? But we can talk all day. We can be willing and firing and publicly shame these people. But if the Liberian people who have the power to hire and fire are not as firing as we are, it defeats the purpose. Nothing gets done, nothing changes.
No, no,
And
I reject that, Robert.
well,
No.
let me land, but we mentioned Alice Tyler. And I think this is a unique case in point. Alice Tyler, what listen, he was named the corruption King Kong. He went as far as being the Speaker of the House of Representatives. He went as far as in that moment of losing his job. Many will argue he went bankrupt. The places that he built when he was speaker, they could not function when he got out of there, right? And what did Liberia do? After a few years away from the legislature, what did they do? They rewarded him. How can a man of that character, how can a man that was named the worst name?
He trucked his way, though. He trucked his way.
He trucked his way. It doesn't matter how he did it. The point that I'm making is there are systemic issues that must change. And part of what should change before we are firing, we got to be very strategic.
Yeah.
We have to change the mindset. The people who control the mindset, the people who control the system, understand the mindset of those that they're dealing with. They have done everything possible, and the budget shows that. They have done everything possible to keep those people in exactly where they are. They have them exactly where they want them to be. They understand. This is the reason why we are not having lawmakers who can say, you know what? If you really and truly want the diaspora engagement, why don't we expedite this whole process of diaspora Liberians fully participating in our elections? You can't say come and vote, come and spend money, but you can't come and invest, come and spend money, come back home and do this. But no, you can't vote because you're not one of us, right? The reason why they are doing what they're doing is because they have the voters where they belong. You have this young lady, Fatima, and I'm sorry to even mention her name, but you saw what happened. She lied under oath, right? She went back a few weeks later after feeling the fire. The very senators who we elected to erect these checkpoints and make the right decisions, those very guys, she went back and apologized for that, as if apology is the consequence of lying on an oath.
That's what they told her to do.
She apologized for it, and she got confirmed. But here's what happened after that. After she got confirmed, she came back and exhibited the same attitude. Or the president is my father. Oh, I have senator friends. This is the culture that we've created, Fanta. We have created a culture that support these kinds of behavior. That, you know what? If I have connection, I can do illegal things. I can do things that are unconstitutional, and that there will be no consequences. So my point is, we can shame these guys all day, and I concur with you. Let's shame them. Let's publicly call them out for their action. Let's do that. Let's do that. But we need to go beyond that. And we need to go beyond that and be as disrupted as our actions when it comes to how do we get the Liberian people to understand that the things that they are going through, be it college graduate not able to get jobs, be it a broken hospital, sick hospitals, be it all of these different issues that have corruption. How do we get them to understand you have the power to change that if you decide to do that now at the ballot box? Until we do that, Fanta can be as great as she is, and she goes to Liberia, the status quo. As long as they outweigh her in numbers, she can talk all day. You're not going to move the needle if those who are in charge and in power to make these changes are not on board with you. So I'm saying, let's be strategic. Let's call them out, but let's go beyond that, because we can call them out all day. If those guys decide to go back and run against Fanta, everyone on this panel and in Liberia will know, well, Fanta is the right choice. But you know what? We don't know Fanta. She speaks too much serious. She's too intelligent for us. Let her stay right there. They did that to Alex Cummings. They've done that to many people.
Let me tell you the difference between. Let me tell you the difference. Like, you know, it's so easy, and this is the trap, right? This is the trap that a lot of people in the diaspora who have interest in transforming Liberia fall into. They abandon they abandon being Liberian in favor of not clearly identifying who, or in favor of their adopted citizenship. Fanta Kamara is not that. Fanta Kamara is a girl from Garnersville. I was born on Crown Hill. I know exactly who I am. I am more Liberian than even the Liberian themselves. You can't tell me who I am.
I know, right?
From the hills of Grand Cape Mountain to Bon County to Montserrado to Grand Gia, Grand Cru, Grand Bassa, Lofa Kante, Nimba. You can't tell Fanta Kamara who she is. That's the difference between Fanta Kamara and everybody else. So it's not just enough to be to be a talker, and I'm not a talker. I'm very grateful. God has blessed me with the ability to be a truth seeker, be a principled person, but also have the ability to absolutely deliver my messages in a way that transcends probably like the average person, right? Also, on the other end, I'm very much a country girl. Trust me, I am not part of the elite. My education does not define me. My intellectual capabilities does not define me. At heart, I am a Liberian girl. And there is no one, not from Warsaw Market to Red Light, can tell me that, oh, because I was forced out of my country as a baby by the very people who rule us today, who brought war upon us, because they were trying to serve their very selfish needs, will keep me out of an entity unless God decides that entity is not where I'm supposed to be. And this is why, going beyond the talking, I'm absolutely running for office. Because I'm not just here to talk. I'm here to change it. And I've been doing that. And I will continue to do that. And I challenge them to run against me. And look, I'm not one. Look, don't see Fanta Kamara. You say, Fanta Kamara, Gaken to Siri, Gaken, she's very intellectual. She's very eloquent. Forget all that thing. When it comes down to it, Babon was Shiakola.
It was Divakola, Mama. There was no one for water.
Babon was Divakola. Let me tell you, that's the difference. And this is why we need more Fanta Kamaras. We need them. We don't just need people who will talk and talk series. That's not the point. We need disruptors.
Well, thank you, Ms. Kamara. I think
absolutely right, Mama. You're absolutely right.
A lot of people are feeling you. Sarah, I was gonna come to you. Jerome is stepped away. You'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm a guest. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, tonight I was trying to give our female guests a little bit more time, so I was going to Sarah. Ms. Kamara just ended her input on this particular, the whole question of what needs to be done to turn things around. In Liberia, she started with the Zoom Lion thing, and her own very personal experience. I know she's very passionate about this, but what she's describing is a well-known problem in Liberia. You come in, you mean well, you have all the intentions, and then you get frustrated. Sometimes by the people in power because they can't seem to see beyond their own selves. Love of country should trump everything else, but in Liberia it is the opposite. So, Sarah, I don't know if you wanted to add something.
Yeah. I agree with Miss Fanta. I agree with her 100%. And I don't know for some reason why these laws about not allowing diaspora Liberians to, take part in elections and stuff like that. I don't know where that's coming from. And I even heard that the Senator Conner, I don't know, they said he made a post the other day about, how diaspora Liberians are so eager for 2029 and stuff like that. Of course. And just how he was here, he was eager to go over there and throw people to Bakulu to become a senator. We are not eager to do the same. We are eager to make a difference in the lives of our people.
But what difference? Sorry, what difference does diaspora Liberia make? We got a lot of them there right now. What difference are they making? So the thing is, people go there and change. That's what they do.
Exactly, you're right, though. You're right.
You got a lot of them in the government right now. What difference are they making there? They
No,
go right there.
I reject that, Mr. Peabody. These are not these are not diaspora Liberians. These are greedy, selfish people.
Wait, we gonna let the diaspora Liberian over there said that
don't put all the name in the same basket.
We see a lot of them there right now working in government.
Those are the Uncle Toms.
The
Uncle Toms. The Uncle Tom, Mr. Peabody. Let's call them what they are. They are not. Don't put them in the diaspora Liberian category. They are Uncle Toms. They are slaves. They are there and they are going to slave there.
But to Dr. Peabody at this point, he's
right. Go ahead.
No, to Dr. Peabody at this point, he's right. A lot of them over there, when they get there, they change. One is Kamara Kone. He was here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Kamara hasn't changed. That one I can attest to. Kamara has not changed.
Yes, he has.
Not from the statement he's making towards diaspora Liberians. Not from the statement he's making.
He has
changed because he has taken cattle before and he apologized for it.
But being eager, I don't think there's nothing wrong.
Eager doesn't mean that you
right. I don't think there's nothing wrong with being eager for an upcoming election. I think that shows how passionate.
What's the implication then? What's the implication?
Well, I think he's basically saying that we're passionate about the next election
that's not what
coming
it
up.
But
I wanted to just say though again, there's nothing wrong. And Fanta, listen, you shouldn't let anyone tell your story, and I think no one should be allowed to tell the story of no one should be allowed to tell the stories of anyone for that matter, right? What I am saying is, and again, we will be here to support. I think I still need to understand some of your vision and what it is that you plan on doing. But that's a whole different question. But we will support you and anyone else who have a good intention when it comes to change, the message of change. What I am saying is, in the system that is Liberia, has not done well for true change agents. And the people who are in the majority do not appreciate true change agent. And they've shown that over the years. They've shown that in the decisions they've made over and over when it comes to electing leaders. Is it possible that we can change that? Absolutely. I'm very optimistic. But there's a problem when it comes to voters' decision in Liberia. Over and over, they proved that while they complain about all of the different issues that they are going through, they've consistently elected the very folks who have resumes that reflect what's bad for Liberia. And they've done so in the midst of people who have shown what's good for Liberia. And so I'm not saying that we can't change. I'm not saying that we should allow others to tell our story. What I am saying is we need to be smart enough, not necessarily intellectual. You don't have to be having all these degrees. I don't care about all of that. But we have to be smart to understand where these people are, why they have remained where they are, and how do we start the process, right? To fundamentally start to change that mindset so that they understand Fanta is good for you, because Fanta have shown that she's good for you. And if given the opportunity, this is what she's going to do. And I think this is what CMC Musability is doing. Musability is showing through his action, listen, if you give me the opportunity to become president, I can do more than what I'm doing as representative. I can do more than what I'm doing as the CMC chair. But like he said, those people who makes the decision will have to decide, is Musability and the change that he's created over these past few months, is this what we need? Is ANC and Alice Cummings, is this what we need? Is Dr. Clarence Manuba
and Fanta and Leo Johnson and others, are those what we need? Or do we need to continue with the status quo? They've shown over the years that even though they are depressed, they've suffered, they continue to suffer, they're hungry, they have no jobs. It's shown over the years they are content with being where they are. And there's something fundamentally wrong with that mindset. We need to go beyond that and figure that out and change that. That's the kind of disruption I want to see.
It is not rocket science again. I think you made some very sound points, Robert, but it's not rocket science. The people who have come from the diaspora and attempt, which is what it has been, an attempt to transform or induce innovative or transformative ideologies into the system. You know why those people have failed? And of course, you already know me by now. Like I don't bite and blow. They have failed because they were fake. The people that you name were fake. You can't dance two tunes. You can't dance with your with the colonial powers and then you dance with the local people. You don't serve God and serve the devil. Pick one. If you're of the people, be of the people. Do for the people. Don't do a bunch of talking and just be fake. The reason why Musa Bilate stands out is because he is a disruptor. And not just that, he is also principled. He goes beyond the talking and is actually doing before he goes to even ask the people. In fact, he's not even asking them. The people are overwhelmingly seeing his actions and it is resonating with them. The mindset shift that you talk about. You're not going to change your mindset by just talking. You're going to change your mindset through actions, through consistent actions. And in that consistency, we are still human beings. We're going to recognize that this person actually means what they're saying without you even having to say a word. But these other people rely on their intellectual capacity, their Harvards, their what have you, and they want to sell that both to the people and to their slave masters. It doesn't work. You want to abolish the Poro Society and the Sando Society. Let me make this very clear. I don't agree with FGM. But you want to abolish those societies that have been existing forever, because they are of the indigenous people, but yet you keep the Masons, you keep the Freemasons, which is the biggest occult in the world. You know why our politicians' hands are tied today? Because they're all part of the Freemasons. They all serve the devil. And when I say call them out, this is what I mean. You want to abolish the Poro and Sando Society, abolish the Freemasons.
That's right.
What are you doing?
Yeah, but if you have one that totally deprived females of the dignity, and then why should you keep it? Totally deprive them of the dignity.
You obviously didn't listen to what I just said, because I said very clearly, I don't agree with FGM. I said that very clearly. The Poro Society stood for teaching young men how to be men. That's why they existed. Nobody and anyone, I'm going to say this very clearly, anyone who supports the Freemason, anyone who justifies why the Freemasons should exist, you are part of them. You are part of the very people who propagate the poverty-stricken status of Liberia.
When you talk about the poor or the Sandy, I mean, you're not in favor of it, but yet and still you're condemning other people who are part of the Freemason.
If you're part of it, Mr. Peabody just said that you're
not
part of it.
If you're gonna condemn them,
I said very clearly, you clearly not listening to me. You clearly not listening to what I'm saying.
I've never subscribed to Freemason. But
okay,
the point is,
then listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Wrong is wrong. Wrong is wrong. That's what I said. Yeah. Wrong is wrong. Yeah. If you will condemn the Poro Society, you will condemn the Sando Society, condemn the Freemasons.
Right. That's
what I'm saying.
Well, I know.
Condemn any societies. Let's focus on Liberia first. Let everyone be nationalistic. Let's be Liberia first. Look, Donald Trump.
If I'm not in favor of something, then I won't try to advocate and say I'm not in favor. But yet and still, I want to condemn other people. I don't think.
All right, so right now you're being a distractor. Like you're
well, I don't know, but I think you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm very clear
right.
in what I'm saying. Maybe you're the only person who's not.
I mean, I understand what she's saying.
Thank you,
You can't be double standard in everything.
Thank you.
You can't be the.
If I'm not in favor of something, I would say I'm not in favor of it. I won't have a conditional. I won't be conditional.
Mr. Henry Peabody, you're not going to tell me my narrative. I'm very clear in what I'm relating, and I don't mince my words, is what I'm saying. I've been very clear. If you're struggling to understand, it's okay. Maybe think.
I don't know what you mean by struggling to understand. I think.
Okay, just think about what I'm saying.
I see something very contradictory here.
It's not contradictory, because then you're telling me I don't know what the heck I'm talking about, and that's what I'm defending. What I just said.
Why people in the Senate society?
What do people in the Freemason do?
No, but I think the point Dr. Peabody is making. That just one second, yeah. That just 1 second though. If you really look at, and again, I think this is a very sensitive and a difficult conversation to have. And I think at some point, Fanta, you will have to pick a side on this, right? And elaborate more on what your position is, because logically, if you really looked at what's happening with this culture, what we are saying is that my position, I think, is when adults are in the position to make adults decision about their bodies, I don't give a hang about what decisions adults make about themselves and their bodies. When it's different though, when you have babies being inducted into a culture where they have no say so on what's happening. They may not agree to what that culture actually is, and it's showing. I mean, we listen to the representative.
You guys are a lot smarter than this. Listen to what I'm saying.
Let me land.
No, but you're miseducating the public.
What I'm saying is, I think the Macy's. What I'm saying is, I think the Macy's. The point that you're making is, for me personally, I don't care what. I'm not a member of the Macy's, and I'm not a member of any fraternity or whatever, however you call them. I'm a Liberian. That's all I know, and I believe in God.
My point is Liberia first.
But what I'm saying is, people, especially adults in a society or in any society, culture or not, should be given the right. It's a simple human right to be able to make decisions about themselves. That's all I'm saying.
Who said they shouldn't make decisions about themselves?
And the poor people, young girls that are taken into the.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. What I'm saying, the comparison does not add up.
But wait.
The Macy's group, those are adults. Whatever they do, who are making adult decisions.
They are not compelled to join it. They are not forced into it.
They are not forced into it. That's what I'm saying.
The reason why.
Okay, the contrary of that.
Let me explain this to you guys.
Let's get another topic. This is very sensitive.
Let me explain this to you guys. Because you're going
to like 8 more minutes to go.
Because you're going to use.
They are not forced into it, but they are allowed to do it. So
and they're doing it and being blackmailed. Which is why we cannot make the necessary decisions for our country.
Again, but the biggest on court society in Liberia
doing it to be blackmailed. They are doing it and get blackmailed.
They're not from the Macy's. They're not from the Senate. I think
do you know
when it comes to this national issue,
do you know anything about the Epstein
allowed to get into
do you know about the Epstein files
that they don't agree with?
Do you know about the Epstein files? Do you know about the Epstein files?
Listen, I don't have the details, but
no, you don't have to have the details. Let me break it down for
My
you.
guys taking out of different.
No, I don't have the details.
Now you don't have the details. Let me break it down for you. Let me break it down.
All right, guys, can we do it one at a time?
We got 7 more minutes.
Why? The reason why politicians, right?
All right, Ms. Conrad, I know you'll continue.
Just very quickly.
Yeah, I come in. Just Dr. Peabody said we have 8 minutes. So in your response, Kamara, I want you to tag on your closing. Let's begin our closing. So we'll go Ms. Kamara.
Yeah.
We'll go Robert. I think you want to make a comeback, and then we'll go Sarah, and then Dr.
Come back.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why.
But she will have plenty of time during the election. She will have plenty of time.
The reason why politicians have been cuffed. The reason why our politicians cannot act like sensible people, both like around the world, not just limited to Liberia, is because they're being blackmailed. You know why they're being blackmailed or they're so easily blackmailed is because they're part of these occult societies. Now they get invited to these dinner parties. They spice their drinks, whether they know it or not. They spice their drinks. They take in these drinks and they do perversive things. Google the Epstein files if you don't know what I'm talking about. All of the American politicians, a good 90% of them have been compromised. The question is, or not even the question is, we know that Epstein had influence in Africa. We know that Epstein had operations in Africa. The reason why African politicians act like complete idiots is because they have also been blackmailed. Do you understand that? When you're a part of an occult, when you're part of a society, there are certain things you have to do. And when you attend these parties where you're given drinks, we saw this like with the DD files, right? Or like the DD case. We know it happens. Even your water is laced. Even the juice you think is orange juice is laced. So you, a politician, thinking, oh, I'm just going to like a dinner party. There's a good chance that your drink is going to be laced and you're going to do some very stupid and perversive things and they're going to record you. They use that recording as leverage. And which is why when you get into office, you become a complete bobo and a mumu. Because you've probably been taped with an animal, or you've been taped with a little girl, or you've been taped with a little boy. Understand that. That's what I mean.
Thank you, Ms. Kamara.
Okay.
Robert,
You gotta come back, Fanta. We need to come back.
Mr. Nagbe, this is a very interesting conversation. And by the way, I love having conversations with Fanta. She's very firing, and you don't have to say how
Charismatic.
Yes, exactly. Very charismatic. But I think she's gonna have, as a candidate, I like her position and I like her stance on all of these issues, and she's gonna have plenty of time. So my advice to Fanta is, this is your show. You will have to come here. Oh, that talking, and you gotta come here. We'll have plenty of conversation. Yeah, but the bottom line is the bottom line. Again, we can be firing all day, Mr. Nagbe. This you call them fake or whatever. I will take a fake Alice Cummings over a non-fake Joseph Boakai any day. I will take a fake Dr. Clarence Manuba over a non-fake Joseph Boakai or the status quo any day. And there were a lot of people who have gone. There are a lot of people who've gone back home, and they've put their best foot forward, and they have been marginalized because they are now part of the status quo. My issue is when you connect the dots. If all of the politicians are favorable amongst each other, if they have this plan amongst each other, if the Liberian people, the voters, the people who have the biggest of powers to make the decisions, if they are not part of that court, if their lives are not as good as the lives of those politicians who are the status quo, why do they continue to vote for the very politicians who got them in destitution? This is something that bothers me. And this is something that has to do with mindset. And this is something that is just beyond just education. Education is very important. But this is something we must figure out. We must figure out a way to communicate with our people. The people who are dying every day because of fire, and the government has failed to even put forth an investigation and a plan to curtail that. The people who cannot find jobs every day, right? The young people who are in the streets, they have become Zogos, and the president is even making fun of them. That they are the only ones who are complaining right now because there are too many lights. They can't jack phone no more on court. These are the people. If these people are not part of this, the court of the 10-15% of politicians, the ones who are stealing, making all the money, living the best lives, how come these people have continued to convince them that they are the best to improve their lives when they've proved over and over they're not? That's something that we have to change. We got to figure it out, and we got to change it. If we don't change it, Fanta can jump from here to heaven and come back. She can jump from here wherever she wants to go. Musa Belede can build as many bridges. He can create as many jobs. These good people will never be seen as good enough
for the presidency to deliver the real change because the people just don't get it. That's where I stand on this issue. And again, adults can make adults decision. I don't give a damn what an adult does, what decision he or she makes. I have an issue when young girls and young boys are put in a position to make, when adults are making life-changing decisions for young girls and young boys on the basis of culture, only for them to grow up and they don't like that. If an adult wants to go to the Sandal Society or whatever, and they think it's okay for them, if she's 18 or 19, go and make the decision for yourself. That's your business. It affects your life. You understand that. But when a 5 or 6 year old has to go in there and go through all of that nonsense, and she grows up 20 years later and she look, this is not what I wanted. I have a serious problem with that, and I think that's something that we have to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Sarah, you're up.
Great show. Sorry, I came a little late, but I was following the show. This was an interesting show today, especially from our sister Fanta for all of the great deliberations and stuff. I want to say thank you, Mr. Nagbe. Our country has a very big problem, and just like Robert said, most of our problem is systemic. 1 or 2 diaspora Liberians leaving from here to go over there to contest and stuff like that is not going to solve the problem. Absolutely because the system will stand against you. The system will bring you down. We've seen that over and over. We need something different. We really, really do need something different. And before I close here, I want to say thank you to Mr. Gayman and to Vico and some of my sisters, Cecilia, for the donations they made. I was able to send the 14-year-old girl and to her father some money just to help them out. I just want to say thank you to them for the contribution they made, and I'm still accepting contributions. Mr. Gayman's contribution, I still got to send it to him. I just received it a couple of days ago. I texted him and told him I was going to send it, so I'm still receiving contributions. Does anybody want to do that? But great show. We're going to come here every day and talk to our people. We need a new mindset of people. Definitely, we do need that in order for our country to change. Politics aside, we have to stand for our nation. It's about time. Other nations are leaving us back. Other nations, look at Guinea. Other nations are leaving us back, my people. Let's be serious about this. Let's put the politics aside and stand for our people. We need a radical change. Not a radical change to get in the street and throw guns at people or stuff like that. But we need a change that will make our government to wake up. We need our people to stand up to this government, to stand up to the legislature, to stand up to these people that are making all these wrong decisions. Our people are stressed every day, going to bed hungry, thinking about their children. They don't have access to medical. All of these things are stressing them out. And we come here every day when we're talking, people get in the comment section and insult us for talking for them. Okay? We need a radical change. Thank you so much. Thank you
very much, Sarah. And your friend Telvi here, I don't know why she's not on the show. I don't even know why I'm making her announcement. But anyway, she wants to announce here on Friday the I think that she meant cybersecurity session will be here, cyber and AI discussion. So I think she wants us to make that announcement. So our audience, please make it a date on Friday. Telvi will be here with a group, I think, to discuss cybersecurity and AI generation. But thank you very much. It's been
I just want to add up one quick thing. The budget, the Justice Ministry budget was increased by 23 million. They still don't have money to buy the DNA machine. So we stay behind. Thank you. So that the 14-year-old girl will not get justice.
Okay. Any more text coming in? Anything else to add? Any more text? No more text coming in?
Oh, Haiti have qualified for the World Cup, man. Dr. Peabody.
I know, right?
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Guinea qualified for the World Cup?
No, Haiti.
Oh, Haiti. Oh my God.
That's congratulations to them. I know Jerome is celebrating.
Awesome.
You know, Jerome's wife is from Haiti.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's awesome. Congrats,
that's
Jerome.
great news for Haitians.
Yeah, congrats to Mrs. Gayman. But thank you very much. Great show. Listen,
thank you guys.
Look out this whole Prince Moe thing he started with Musa Ability right now is unraveling. There is a lot coming on.
I think that statement is not genuine.
Moe, those are the people who those are the parasite on the budget.
Yeah.
They are the
All
parasite to the budget.
all the deliver they've been cooking,
Yes.
you know, China Union here and all of that. There's a lot coming out. I just want to caution you. Look,
And look at the money they're charging for the repairing of the bridge.
Exactly.
The one that's meant to pay all that money, and that's making
We
it
have
far less than
They
that.
will undermine him. That's what they're doing. They
we
undermine him.
have given our cost for that bridge. We know what we're talking about. We built bridges before. They fluffed the guy in that budget. They will take it out. That bridge can be built for less than $500,000. We know what we're talking about. So they'll go back and fix it. They'll come
And
back.
they asking for $1 million plus. Can you imagine?
1.3 million. But it's been a great show. Thank you very much. Dr. Peabody, up to you, my brother. I used to owe you back.
That's Prince Modi did. They are parasite to that budget. They can't leave that budget.
Yeah,
that's how
but
they
we
get.
didn't. Sorry to break you. We
wasting
didn't talk about our man Sylvester. He's in the news, so maybe.
Oh yeah, Sylvester is trending. I mean, maybe we can just.
What a brother do again?
Oh, Sylvester didn't play today on OK FM. Sylvester was he talked on a lot of things. He talked about the government not doing well. He only commended the foreign minister for what she have done. So Sylvester was fired. He's the talk about now. He's the most talk about in the town right now.
And what Tomalin said?
Too many a little busy. Yeah, I mean, too a little busy. But Sylvester, I watched the show this morning around 4.
Yeah.
Because Tomalin can't criticize the people there. He's scared.
I only read the clips on the doc. I haven't watched it yet, but I'll look for it. I'll watch it.
Oh, Sylvester,
I'll go look for that clip to watch it. I will definitely watch it. Listen to it.
He knows his stuff about government, especially the foreign ministry. So
he knows it.
Yeah.
But then I see that there is an apology here. You think I read the apology from?
Pretty close up, man.
Really? Seriously? Are we really gonna talk about this?
I'm going,
the apology, which is a non-apology.
So hell with the apology, man.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that we're gonna call her Madam Apology now.
The second apology over the same job
in less than 24 hours.
Exactly, man.
If I were Mariah,
I saw the clip. And it was so beneath the attitude of the deputy minister.
But that's how the UP people, that's how they look at themselves. They look at themselves like the most important people. They don't care about other people. They feel that this government is only there to serve them. That's what
the apology was empty. She had nothing in the apology. She called the other female by name in her diatribe.
You know me, I can understand Vanna.
She did not call any name, I don't know if that's really a
calling a woman big head.
Exactly. But anyway, thank you guys. Great show. Dr. Peabody, we'll talk about your buddy. I mean, let's go ahead. Let's talk about it. We got time.
No, but I think it was nonsense. What she did was nonsense.
Dr. Peabody, I know one thing. Dr. Peabody will not support nonsense. That's his buddy. That's his buddy.
I mean, knowing where you came from, I think we saw conflict of interest even in the second confirmation hearing. You got Coke out there, and then you asking him. I mean, it was like a stage hearing. So I mean, I that's Liberia. That's what
the senator is crying for his life.
Okay. Yeah. So much is happening. Yeah, the rescue senator is crying under the rescue government. He says life right now is in danger.
The rescue senator says life is in danger.
What is it?
You know what?
John Rest.
Senator Dillon is a very powerful senator. He one of those that take it or like it. He will tell you to the point. He will ask you the question, and he will give you the hiccup when it comes to that. Senator Dillon say it out. I mean, he may have a little flawed, but Dillon can say it out. He can spell it out there, and people can see. It's not like the other one you got there sitting in the corner. The only parasite to the budget, the only senatorial work is for that budget to come and where they're going to get into the man that Prince Myean or what the other guy named from Nagbe then, who have made that budget, made them set parasite to that budget. They survived on that budget, millions and millions of dollars they get there. All that they got the cut in every little thing over there in that budget.
They got over 400,000 for a special presidential project. What the heck?
No man, you know what that small team is doing? That's how to survive.
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys,
But Kofa was telling you about that room at Bolivar Hotel, you know.
You
people
say
tell
Kofa
me-
out, that's correct. Now we've seen it. You think why they fought like hell to move Mr. Oliver Kofa from there.
Yeah.
They could do
Yeah.
anything. Coming up from
Absolutely.
the second person in power. Why you think
Yeah.
they did all of that?
All of that.
What then?
Absolutely.
The whole day they're
Absolutely.
fighting all money. That all
Yeah.
the fighting.
So it is.
Fighting. Oh, I mean,
So when Tomalin coming back? Is he here now?
No, I think Tomalin come back in December. All right, guys, it's so good to see you, man. I mean,
Absolutely.
everybody.
Good night, guys. Let's do it again tomorrow.
Robert, Sarah, good to see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fatima, Fanta got to come back on the show. She's great.
Yeah.
I like her. Her. You know, she is.
She's very passionate. She brings the heat, you know, very passionate about, you know.
But Mr. Nagbe, you guys have to
sir.
run a passionate and a strategic campaign. I'm telling you.
Yep.
I think she's a great addition to the series.
She'll be a great face. She'll be a good face. So who are the chairman now for the diaspora?
Oh, Dr. Richardson still is the chairperson. You mean for the USA Canada?
Well, who's the other candidate that resigned? Who will replace her?
Dr. Peabody, I can tell you who replaced.
Okay.
Sarah, yeah, and congratulations, Sarah. I believe your sister, Masa.
I think she was just nominated. Yeah.
Masa is on the team, but our USA chair is Victoria Sandolo Zulu. She's our new USA Canada.
Oh, okay, for the Canada section.
Canada USA.
Oh, okay.
So Masa is coming in on the global level. She is the vice chair for administration.
Oh man, anything I can do to help you now? I see some.
Yeah, but what are you talking about, my man? You know.
But yeah, get that people in some position.
No, I want to think about support.
Dr. Henry Peabody, come in, my man. We got a spot for you.
They tell you it's moving on. They tell you.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys. Good night.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.